All right, you guys, welcome back to Runt Pack Goes Planewalking, episode 30. That's right, it's the big 3-0. Let's get into it. So, last time we began in the interrogation chamber with Piccolo, who was brain damaged, having a hard time with his memory, and it was obvious it was a spell. So he was sort of babbling. Dulam was trying to recreate a song he was humming, and with some success, as the song did seem to be jogging his memory, we teleported Abel in, and he was able to help a bit, but still struggling. We convinced the person who I wrote in my notes as being named Skeletor, but I think his name was not that.
Skeletor?
The wizard Skeletor to leave us alone and go get his boss. While Skeletor was gone, we read through the cursed tome we had stolen from Jorah that had reversed spells, hoping we could find a reverse modify memory. In the tome, we found, we took turns passing it around, taking the damage, until finally Jaya found Manifest Memory, which Deimos tore out so it could be used as a spell scroll. Meanwhile, Master Skelevar returned with the leader Archmage Althorn, who was fucking pissed. This guy was just kind of a cunt. He thought we were wasting his time. So I told him, or shall I say Orpheus told him, that we brought him back here to see a new spell cast for the first time. And after a lot of waffling, Deimos did cast the spell scroll. His eyes went blank. Archmage Althorn had no patience for this or our other attempts to delay him, including handing over Hire's ring of calm emotions, which we thought he was just going to look at, but instead he fucking pocketed. Meanwhile, Deimos was inside Piccolo's mind palace, or shall I say mind wasteland, and found that fucking Piccolo did this to himself, getting rid of his own memory. I guess that was part of the Symphony of Neth's fucking, suicide pill tooth or whatever. We got banned from Blackstaff Tower as we weren't able to prove we'd done anything of, notable quality. There was a lot of threatening from us to the people to get Hire's ring back, and we ultimately did on our way out. Specifically, Oro said he was going to tell Rex Ymir, who is apparently one of the masked lords of Waterdeep, all the shit that they'd done to us in the Blackstaff Tower. Deimos bought a lockbox for the book that couldn't be scryed through. We all sort of went shopping through the markets for a bit. Samir also bought components to make my bag fireproof. So I now owe Samir 43 gold. And then we wanted to go talk to Rex Ymir, so we went to the bar where Beazle, Rex Ymir's henchman, had offered to meet Dulam. It was weirdly clean, but also a dive bar. We took a Phoenix shot as instructed, and upon getting drunk, the walls melted around us, and we switched planes to a plane of drunkenness, a minor plane of drunkenness, I guess, which was basically a small bar where everyone was wasted. Abel and Oro got in a fist fight. Abel easily knocked Oro unconscious. Hire healed Oro.
And profited.
Yeah, I wrote down, Hire wants to fuck Abel, Deimos wants to fuck the bartender, sluts. Dulam and I went to talk to Beazle and Mammon. We learned a little bit more about Iceland and what she had done in Valhalla, as we suspect now that she probably learned how to get to Valhalla by talking to demon lords from the Abyssal Plane, where she had gone after she originally died. Supposedly also the architect, the pebble we've been carrying around that has been infinitely expanding Dulam's bag, is what got her out of the abyss, but that doesn't really make sense as we know Smear helped her acquire the architect, so that would imply that she had somehow known Smear and gotten the architect before she died. The timeline's all very confusing. The Lady of Pain then sent to Dulam and told it that she wants to hire us to kill Zavrix, who is, of course, the evil Eladrin, with an unusually large mouth, who has been plaguing us and disguising himself as our compatriots. Meanwhile, Abel was, I guess, having a heart-to-heart with Oro after their fight and mentioned that he thinks they could have been alive very recently, that maybe they weren't dead in Valhalla for as long as it seemed. Additionally, Hire detected a new necrotic curse, which is attached to Deimos and attached to the book. And lastly, as we settle down for a long rest after a busy day, in the middle of the night, Dulam heard a voice speaking a mysterious language down the hallway. The bag Dulam starts to move, which contains the architect and a labyrinth of fabric tunnels, began to move, and a few dark-colored fingers slowly emerged. And that brings us up to date. Now, before we get into D&D, I also just want to point out that we are back to recording remotely, as is normal. But if you tuned into our live episodes, first off, thank you. And I'm glad you guys got a taste of our old campaign. And those episodes actually are now canon for this campaign also. But I'm not going to say how. That's spoilers. And most importantly, I'm so glad I can't see you guys anymore.
Hello?
It was too scary looking into Isaac's beautiful blue eyes while we were recording. It got really unsettling after a while.
They're so starkly blue.
Yeah, they're just so... I mean, it's like a fucking White Walker across the table. I don't know. That was for our nerdy fans.
Oh my god.
I cannot imagine we have a single non-nerdy fan.
So, where we left off, the Runt Pack. It's the middle of the night. You guys are all in your inn in the Flaming Boar. It's been quite a busy day. In fact, it's been quite a busy few days. Finally looking for a night of rest and relaxation, and you've acquired most of it. However, it's just in the middle of this evening, right about the twinkle of 3 a.m., when, Dulam, you've noticed the first rustling, and then large, padded, dark blue, looks like humanoid hands reaching out of your bag. This being, of course, the small blue and a bit of spots of brown burlap bag that Malagus gave you, in which you hold the Inern Stone, the architect. Dulam, as you see these sort of silent hands make their way to the sort of edge of the top of the bag, what would you like to do?
I would like to move the bag maybe like 2 feet away from me.
You sort of grab it and start pulling. As you do so, you notice one of the hands sticking out, a sort of large, meaty hand made out of burlap, reaches sort of wildly, grasping as the entire thing shifts. It makes a move around and sort of blindly reaches out towards you. Dulam, can I get an opposing strength check from you?
Oh, yeah.
This individual will be rolling a disadvantage because they are blind in their attack. So they rolled pretty bad, a 4.
Got 17.
Yes, all right. So the hand reaches out towards you, trying to grasp at your wrist. You pull back, though, not letting it grab, and you see another hand reach up. You're not sure if it's part of the same entity as the first one, but it grasps in a different direction, reaching out of the bag. You've pushed it a few feet away from you now. What would you like to do?
Okay, being at a safe distance, I would like to cast a message at this creature.
Okay, you cast message. What would you like to say?
Hello. I do not mean you any harm. What is your current goal?
Find escape. Words come to you that are sort of human in nature, and you think you can understand them, but they're heavily accented and strange. And you sort of decipher these words. Find escape.
If I let you out, would you do me any harm?
The response you get back is a bit jarbled and emotional. Find who made this. Find escape. Harm only if harmed. The creature speaks.
Great, we have a deal. I go to open the bag.
You slowly open it, and again, sort of this completely noiseless hand reaches higher and higher, and you see a thick woven elbow come out after it, and then another and yet another. You can't quite tell at first, but after these hands begin sticking themselves out, you identify two creatures, sort of equal in size, one perhaps a bit smaller than the other, made of burlap and knotted bits of twine and string woven together like a puppet. The first one reaches out and places a firm hand on the ground, making a very quiet thump, padded sound. These creatures, seemingly made out of cloth, have a sort of silent nature to them, and it sticks out a wide, long head. You see it come out, and you recognize this head. This is the head of a gif, a hippo person. The entire head is made entirely of blue and brown cloth. There seems to be, instead of eyes, small buttons, Coraline style, and its mouth is sort of hanging half open, stitched together in some places to keep it closed. The creature pulls itself out. You see it's not wearing any clothes per se, but its body is cloth in itself, so it seems sort of in a half state of dressed and undressed, and right beside it another similar looking but a bit smaller hippo person exits the bag. The two look very similar and perhaps
Giant
made of the same stuff. You sort of look them up and down, and you notice the smaller one is sort of wider in the midsection and has longer, stockier legs, while the taller individual that came out first has big, sort of rippling, muscled arms that are a bit ill-proportioned for its body. Both of them seem just not quite perfect. Something that seems a bit wrong with them. The two exit the bag, though, padding very softly on the wooden floor of the inn. They look around with their beady, black button eyes. Look around and you see the first one, then the second lay eyes on Jaya. They sort of pad carefully over, thump, 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 walking slowly. One of them opens their cloth mouths and a sort of strange sound comes out of... It doesn't sound like any language you know. The two creep closer.
When I see them start to move towards Jael, I'll start yelling out loud. Everyone, wake up!
All right, with that, the rest of you guys slowly awaken. Jaya, you wake up to see two creatures staring down at you. They look strange, but almost made in the same way as your kin. They have the same face shape as you, similar ears. But something is so inherently wrong, and it's like a nightmare as you wake up to see this. The rest of you wake up, too, to see these two large creatures, big, burly things in your room.
What the hell is that? What the hell is that?
Oh my gosh, what the fuck? Jaya!
They
Is
said
that
they
your
weren't
son and
on.
daughter?
These
that
are
your
not
son
my
and
children.
daughter?
Do you know them? What are those
These do
things?
not look like my children.
Oh,
Well, they kind of look like you.
They're not.
The rest of you start
Where
waking
the fuck
up, and you
did
get
these
to
come from?
get a better look at these creatures. They're large. They look kind of heavy too, tough, despite being made of fabric. You can tell they have a decent amount of weight to it. They move around with them. Malagus wakes up. Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit! Jaya, what the fuck is that? And you hear him draw one of his blades.
Why do you
The
think
dagger
it's
comes
my
down.
fault?
The two were sort of hovering over you now, Jaya, looking down at you. One of them opens its burlap mouth, and you hear this strange vroom, vroom, vroom sound. It's unnerving, and they sort of lean down over you.
Hello there, soldiers. Where can I assist you with?
They eerily stand there.
They don't say anything.
They seem to speak in these strange noises. They don't sound like words to you. Vroom, 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 vroom. They speak again. One of them reaches out toward you, a slow-moving hand toward your neck or shoulder.
I'll let them touch me.
Okay, one of them, the one reaching out, grabs onto sort of the scruff of your sleeping shirt and lifts you out of bed with a kind of surprising strength. You go up as the hand wraps around your neck, lifting you to a sort of standing position. And you make eye contact. You're about the same height as this creature, and it looks you sort of eye to eye. The other hand slowly reaches up and moves toward the other side of your neck. A sort of alarm goes off in your head that something is wrong. Jaya, should we fucking attack? Fuck. Malagus creeps closer with 2 daggers in hands. I think I could tear them up. They look like they're made of string.
I go to shoot it.
Okay, roll to hit.
Okay, baby, okay. 19.
Alright, Jaya, that does hit. Your bullet echoes out loudly as a spark appears right in front of your face, and this loud sound as it rips through the fabric. Roll damage.
Oh, yeah. Where the fuck
Surely
do
this
I
thing's
roll
weak to
fucking
fire. Yeah?
damage on this shit? You know, I'm doing the damage in D&D Beyond. Fuck this. I got 8!
8?
Yeah.
Alright. 8 damage as a rocket of energy shoots through the room.
If that doesn't take him down, I still have another attack.
Nice.
How do you?
See
You
ya.
notice that he does not go down from that and stays up. What else would you like to do? You want to roll to hit
Take
again?
another shot as his bitch ass.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck.
He
Yeah,
seems
mate.
confused. Maybe we don't kill him?
He was putting his fucking hand around my neck.
The second one, unfortunately, does not hit and goes wide as another pang of bullet fire shoots out wildly, screaming into the roof and leaving a small hole. I would now like everyone to roll initiative, please. Dulam, you watch as the 2 creatures, seemingly frightened by both the flame of the spark of this bullet and also the ripping and tearing of it through one of their bodies, seem to have become aggroed.
Yeah.
Ooh, 17, baby.
19.
17 and 19. Wow, you guys got big rolls.
Big rolls.
All right, so you guys have all rolled as initiative has begun as these 2 sort of bag versions of Jaya begin entering combat with you. You look through the bullet hole that you left in the one in front of you, the larger of the 2 with big arms. Looking in, you're sort of horrified to see it's just layers and layers of burlap all the way to the center of this creature. You blew a hole right through it from end to end, and yet as you look in, you see no stuffing, no beads, nothing but layers and fabric overlaid on top of one another, making probably likely a very thick body. A carcass of fabric. Jaya, it's your turn once again. What would you like to do?
We gotta light this bitch on fire.
Understood.
Can I throw a torch at it?
Having just woken up, you don't have any lit torches right now, Jaya. It would take an action to light one.
I'll light it up.
All right, you take an action. You pull, sort of turning over. You find your backpack right next to your bed, sort of being attacked in your bed. Luckily, you keep that fang on you, i.e., your fucking pistol. But you quickly grab a torch off to the side in your adventuring gear, wrap an oilcloth around it, and use the spark from your gun to light it. It lights up and illuminates the room now.
Jack keeps that thing on him.
Keeps that thing on him. Right, you now have a torch on you. You still have a bonus action and movement if you would like. Would you like to do anything?
Would bonus action be like touching them with it?
Unfortunately, that would
they're right in
be
front of
considered an
me.
attack. Yeah, that would be considered an attack, so I would need an action for that.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna hold it out right in front of me and pointing it at them because I'm kind of cornered.
All right, you hold it out, and you get a better look at them. In this explosion of light in front of you, you see they both do sort of take a hesitant move back, and you get a better look at their form. In low light, they looked pretty near identical to you, except in a few minor ways. But now in the light, you can tell that they're very patchy. Their faces are much more scattered and hobscobbled together. One of them has a nostril that seems to be just sort of an inlet of a pouch. The other, its two eyes are sort of misshapen, where one button is almost 2 times the size of the other. Something you didn't really notice in the dark, but they look very improperly made, and it sort of sends a ick down your spine to see the two of them.
Okay, having heard what Jaya said about fire, sorry, my D&D Beyond crashed. This is why everyone should use Forge. It's better than D&D Beyond. Forge pays us money.
Please sponsor us, Forge.
Okay, so the funny thing about fire is I got Mason's permission to reflavor all my fire things as lightning instead. So I don't have any fire spells in particular, but here is what I will do. Did we get a long rest before this? Did that count as a long rest?
Actually, this would not count as a long rest, no.
Okay, so unfortunately I don't know what my health was at. I think it was at like 7 after Hire healed me in the bar. So I'm not looking great. Orpheus wakes up. First thing you notice, he looks like shit. Second thing you notice, he's really upset to find he was sleeping next to Malagus. Then I'm gonna go ahead and for my action throw a grease spell around these bad boys. So here's what's gonna happen. And unfortunately this is gonna apply to you too, Jaya, but I know you're so dexy. So it's gonna be a 10-foot square. These squares on the map are 5 feet by 5 feet, right?
That's right.
Okay, right here. And they each need to make dexterity saves, Jaya included.
Okay, 1 second. Now see, with the wonders of modern map making on forge.vtt.com, actually every map we can have, I will have it 5 by 5 squares, because if it's 10 by 10, I'll just make the map bigger.
Oh, love that. Wow. That is such an improvement on other D&D online sources and physical maps.
Thank you, Forge.
Thank you, Forge.
Alright, their 2 rolls are in. One of the 2 got a 12, the other a 17, moving much faster than you expected for a bag of burlap.
Okay, one saves, the other does not, and thus falls prone. Jaya, you unfortunately need to make that save as well. Oh, perfect, you did. Jaya saves it. So one of them falls prone, the other doesn't. And Oriface will yell out, "Light him up!"
Alright, one of them falls down.
And then, don't really have a bonus action I can use right now. I'll start drawing my Eldritch Cannon, but I need to take an action to activate it. So, that's my turn. I will start running over here. Yeah.
Alright, you cast Grease, throwing out Grease on both Jaya and these 2 creatures. Now, they rolled an immediate save, but as your Grease lands right atop the torch that Jaya has lit out right in front of them,
oh, fuck.
You notice a burst of flame. Now, Orpheus, does Grease have a stat block for when it's caught on fire?
Not my copy of it, but we've always played it as it definitely kind of on fire.
Yeah, so unfortunately,
sorry, Jaya, I didn't think about the fact that it would hit your active torch. That's my bad. I was sort of thinking I'd shoot it, you'd escape.
Blow up.
Then we light it all on fire. Oh, actually, I know what I do with my bonus action. With my bonus action, I throw my bag full of gunpowder as far away as possible, like over here.
Okay, you sort of immediately turn around and huck the bag of blasting powder you have. This is not just gunpowder. This is firework powder.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Huck it away. So the grease bursts into flames, and the small 10 by 10 square lights up. You see the bed that Jaya's in. The sheets immediately catch fire. Jaya, still sort of sleepy from waking up, now immediately as it bursts and covered in flames. Jaya, can you give me another dexterity saving throw as the flames lick around you?
Sorry, Jaya.
It's alright. I live these.
Jaya, you got a 12 on your dexterity saving throw. Your two bag versions of yourself both got a 20 and a 23, rolling pretty damn good, moving quite fast. The two of them sort of jump out of the way of the flames, taking but half damage. But Jaya, as you're stuck in the middle, you take the full damage.
Sorry, Jaya.
I'm not the target.
Sorry.
A total of 11 fire damage bursts out in this square.
Fine.
The two bag creatures that jump back both take half of that. But Jaya, you yourself are struck with the full 11 and you're caught on fire as well. Your bedding is caught on fire.
My
And
bad.
the torch in your hand is fully illuminated now as the room is lit. But Jaya, the champion of Constitution, still has a lot of health.
41, baby.
Right. Orpheus, anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
No, that's my turn. Sorry, Jaya. Didn't
All
work out like I
good.
thought it would.
All good.
With that, next up is Malagus, who now with his daggers out goes running into the fray. Jesus fucking Christ, Jaya, get out of the bed! You'll die in there! You're on fire. He runs 5, 10, 15,
I'll
20
be
right behind
fine.
Duelam. 25 to one of the other Jayas, making 2 knife attacks against its smoldering corpse.
Smoldering corpse reference.
Whoa. Ooh, one of them, a 5, does not hit, but the other one, a nat 20, does, as Malagus strikes true, for a total of 4 times 4, 8, plus 3, that's 11 slashing damage. Malagus shunts into this bag creature as it sort of screeches out. A bit injured now as a big slash tears through its front side. Malagus looks away and sort of has this horrified look on his face and he goes, oh, that didn't fucking feel right. It felt like cutting into a fucking blanket. Oh, that was nasty. I didn't like that. Didn't feel like flesh. Oh. With that, the 2 bag creatures go next. One of them sort of tries to skirt around the side of the bed where you are, Jaya, avoiding the flames very carefully, coming around to this side. Not wanting to get even close to the flames, it moves 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, jutting around the side toward the closest person, Orpheus.
No, fuck, no.
Orpheus, the creature,
HP are so low.
the creature reaches out toward you, making a grappling check. Can you please give me a strength, an opposing strength roll?
You
The
sick
creature.
fuck. The creature. Yeah, 13.
13. Oh, wait, they got a 14. This Jaya clone, he got the same roll as you, but you have a -1.
Fuck you.
The big wide arms reach around your chest, Orpheus, and the creature pulls you in for sort of a bear hug. It's soft and sort of scratchy like fabric is, but as it reaches towards you and pulls you in, it crushes you close to its body. The crush does 8 bludgeoning damage as pulling you
Orpheus falls
onto its
unconscious.
space. The creature then grabs your body and then moves another 5 feet, dragging you with it.
You guys see this creature pick up Oro, and he just completely ragdolls.
Again?
The other creature, the one sort of by you, Duelam, turns back toward you and opens its sort of bag mouth, making a noise that you can't understand, and it reaches out towards you in a similar fashion. Could you also make me a strength, athletics, or acrobatics check, please?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, it got a nat 1.
Oh, okay.
Duelam's perfect.
That's called intimidation.
You're on 19.
Okay, yeah. The creature reaches out towards you, and you sort of slide by, and it knocks into a bunch of boxes that you guys set up in the room, and it snarls out towards you, upset and a bit confused. And that's the end of its turn. Up next, then, is Blum.
Alright, is the grease still on the floor?
You look over,
did
yes,
it just,
it's
like,
still
explode?
on the floor. It's, like, still lit aflame, too, so now it is both on fire and greasy.
Okay, I guess I'll just try to push this guy into the fire.
Okay, we'll do another strength check.
I got the same roll as last time.
19?
Yeah.
You're broken.
That beats a 16, which is what Inern and Jaya gets. You push as hard as you can, and the creature goes stumbling back 5 feet as you get it right in the knee. It falls back, and you hear it screech out as it falls into the flames, and you see fire enwreath it. The flames bite out at it for 6 damage, and the creature catches on fire. You immediately start to see seams ripping in its body, and its head tilt up, and a strange rhythmic noise comes out of it.
Okay, horrifying. I'll start making my way over to the other one that's tracking Oro.
All right, you make your way over. You sort of maneuver around some boxes. You see it dragging Orpheus, sort of still in this bear hug, but you can tell Orpheus is unconscious as the two of them move side by side.
Cool, I guess that's my turn.
All right, up next is Abel. Wow. What on God's green earth is this? Are these enemies? Where did they come from? The door is locked.
The less you know, the better.
Someone has to speak to me. Damn it, Hire. Don't you play games with me, all right? I should know a thing or two about enemies if they're going to be parading into our home. Steps forward 5, 10, 15, 20 across the room to the one that's holding Orpheus. And without a weapon on hand, still unarmed, Abel goes to sort of try what looks like sort of a leg sweep motion, ducking down low and kicking a leg out hard toward the knee of this creature. All right, the roll is an unnatural 20. That does hit. As the strike lands, and you see the creature sort of buckle down, taking 4 plus 2, 6 damage. Smack. Abel then goes to yank you out of its grasp, Orpheus, making a strength check. Oh, but a bad roll. Abel gets a 6, while the Inern Jaya gets a 10. Not quite enough to pull you out, Orpheus, as you're still sort of locked in this ironclad grasp as Abel struggles. What is it? It's made out of some sort of fabric, isn't it? Is this a golem? I'm quite confused. Someone better explain this to me this moment. And Abel ends his turn. Up next is Demos.
First I will move about 10 feet, and then looking at my spells that are so conveniently placed in one tab, thank you, Forge, I will cast or Firebolt, sorry.
Okay, roll to hit.
Am I being Rick-rolled?
Stop it. That was my alarm going off. Sorry.
Does 16 hit?
A 16 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Sick.
And are you rolling to hit the one that is holding Orpheus or the one with Jaya?
The one holding Orpheus.
Got it.
Thank you.
Low roll, 4.
That's all right. Still a good roll, though. You see your firebolt sort of smack into its giant backside, and the flames lick up at the burlap for a moment, but you see it's not enough to quite catch the creature on fire. Nevertheless, though, it does leave quite a cinder in the back of this creature as you see some sort of strings begin to unravel that are holding the panels together. It grunts over its shoulder at you and tries to continue marching forward past all these people. Demos, is there anything else you'd like to do?
That'll be my turn.
All right, excellent. That leaves last but certainly not least Hire. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna move forward 5 feet, standing next to Demos, and then
Got it.
I am going to yell at them, "Hey, I'm the only blue one that can be in this party!" And then I'm gonna let out my draconic cry. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. So everyone now has advantage on both of these two creatures as they are still within 10 feet.
I'll try to help you guys remember that, but Hire, remember to remind people too.
Yeah, I will this time.
Thank you.
And then I allegedly am going to cast Healing Word at a second level for Orpheus. Flavor-wise, I'll probably just say like Riddicy and see if it pops back up.
All right.
You heal for 12 damage or 12 hit points. And that is
Excellent.
the end of
Well
my
done,
turn.
Hire. All right, excellent turn. That was good. So Orpheus, you wake up. It had not been long enough to get back to your term, so you do not have any visions of the afterlife.
Okay.
But you do find instead that you are still wrapped in a bear hug by this creature standing right next to you. It's frightening, and you try to wiggle out, and you find you're still held fast. On your turn, you'll get to roll again. But you're awake. We're back around to the top of initiative. Jaya, it is your turn. As you start your turn in fire, Jaya, you are unfortunately going to take a bit of fire damage. Right at the start of your turn, you take 3 fire damage as you stand in the flames as your bed burns around you. All right, what would you like to do?
So now 38 HP. I'm so up. It's so
How do you
fun.
have so much health? Do you guys all have that much health?
I have
I have
27.
52 HP.
What the fuck?
Con is
Wait,
even your
Carter, your
highest
total
score.
is
You guys have.
27?
Yes.
He was
That's
negative
your
to con.
maximum HP? Oh my god.
I
We're
do
all
have negative
level
to con.
6, right?
Holy shit. Yeah. No, yours seems reasonable, Jai, because mine's 39 and you're a fighter, so.
Higher is 27?
Oh yeah.
No fucking shot, dude.
I
Is your
like being a
con
glass
in the
cannon.
negatives?
He's got
Yeah.
that armor, though.
Just think about how high my AC is.
Yeah, see?
True.
That's what makes it worth it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going for the bitch in front of me.
All right, still seated in bed, old man with the fucking gun. Give me
Not
2
getting
rolls
up.
to hit. I only get up for my wife.
Oh, I got a nat 1. Okay, this might be a good time to take into consideration the gun rules.
Oh, yes, this is actually the first nat 1 that I remember you getting.
You have
So,
advantage. Sorry.
Oh my god, look who remembered.
Oh, sweet,
Good thing,
sweet.
too. Still not good.
Okay, well, the thing is, I get 2 attacks, so...
True.
Not
Good
a nat
memory
one.
there, higher. So yes, the nat 1 is inverted. So you missed the first shot though. You got a 2. to
Why
hit.
am I rolling like dog shit, bruh? Fuck this shit.
You're
Ah.
EP.
Guys, EP,
You're
he
in
hasn't
bed.
stretched... He hasn't stretched his joints yet. They kind of hurt still.
The readers aren't on.
All right, what was the second roll here?
An 11. With that, I will get up and walk out of the fire.
Get
I
out
know
of
I'm gonna take
bed.
an opportunity attack.
Yes, unfortunately you will. Your 2 bullet strikes go wide into the ceiling yet again, and as you sort of step out of bed and try to pull yourself away from this creature, it lunges towards you, rolling to hit. It got a
Ooh.
17.
Wait, why
Does
did
that hit?
Duelam?
I'm
Say
I'm
that
hovering over
rolled
Duelam right
that.
now. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that does hit.
All right, so 17 does hit as the creature reaches out and sort of smacks you hard. Its wide arms trying to wrap around you, but missing, instead sort of settling on 2 hammer fists to your shoulder. The 2 big fists land for a total of 9 bludgeoning damage. Whack! And is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Jaya?
Choose all, I think.
All right, Orpheus, you're up next.
Okay. Ready to see. I want to try to break out. Okay, actually, so I have a question. So I'm currently wearing my boots of the winding path, and this guy has been walking around holding me, right?
That's right.
So did he move on his turn? His last turn? He did.
He moves 5
instead
feet,
of trying to strength my way out, I will simply teleport back to where we were on the last turn.
So unfortunately, actually, that is not an unoccupied space. It is occupied by higher right now.
Fuck.
My
yeah,
bad.
I know.
Think about how tiny I am, though.
That is a good idea, though, Orpheus. That's really cool, but unfortunately, it needs to be an unoccupied space.
Okay, I try and fail to do that, then I'm just gonna wiggle, make a strength check.
It's all right. I've learned that these inurned Jayas have a +0 to strength, so you've got pretty good odds.
Okay, well, I have a -1, so have you thought about that?
Jaya isn't very strong.
I can't
7.
click on myself because you're standing on top of me, so this is gonna take me a second.
There you go. I freed you.
It's okay, I already got here another way. Okay, strength, normal.
Oh, 1 up.
8! I wiggle!
You wiggle out, sort of dropping to the side and getting shunted out to, I guess, the closest unoccupied space, which I'll move you there.
Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and pull out my cannon.
All right, you whip it out. You notice as you sort of wiggle out, the direction that this inurned Jaya was moving toward was toward the bag open on the floor.
Oh god! He wants me for real.
You pull out the cannon, though. What would you like to do?
Use an action to turn it on, and I'm gonna put it on Force Ballista mode, and I'm gonna unload one into him.
All right, roll to hit.
It is 13 to hit.
Unfortunately, that does not hit.
Of course it doesn't. Okay,
So,
all this for a miss.
Yeah, it's a lot of good googling though. You know it for next time, right? The Force Ballista goes wide as you go shooting off as magical dust emanates behind it. You shunk it into the ceiling above, sort of by Jaya's bullet holes.
Shit!
Anything else you want to do on your turn, Orpheus?
That's it. Well,
All right,
I
Malagus.
want to run further. I can't show that right now, but I take like a few steps back, maybe 10 steps.
All right, you suffer an opportunity attack as you do so.
Oh, fuck, I'm within his range? Sorry, I couldn't see.
5 feet.
Okay, in that case, I won't do that.
Oh, is it you not have Forge right now?
Nope.
I see.
I haven't even gotten to see what unoccupied space I was shunted to.
Oh, we can wait a second for you to reboot it.
Okay, I'm back in. Okay, so I can't step back, so I'll just stay there.
Okay. Then Malagus will go up next, who runs up to the one who's on fire and goes, guys, are we killing these things or trying to shove them back where they...
I'd rather kill them.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Hire. Malagus makes 2 wild swipes against the creature in front of him. A 10 and an 8. Bad rolls. Both blades fail to hit, and he sort of steps back as the flames sort of lick a little too close to him. Sorry, I did my best.
Did he attack with advantage?
Oh. This is good. We'll just treat his first 2 attacks as the first attack, and now he gets a second attack. Thank you, Hire. Your cry was very pretty and made me think that, it was cool,
Thanks, bud.
Okay, yes, better. This time he actually rolled better and got a 15 to hit, which does barely hit this creature, landing his blade, his little dagger. He's got a little iron dagger.
Aww.
For a total of 5 damage, placing this creature more and more at some sort of unwinding, de-stringified form. De-stringified. Up next then are these creatures from the bag. One of them, the one on fire, goes rushing towards Malagus and almost shoves him out of the way to get out of the flames. But at the start of their turn, they take a d6 of fire damage and get 3, which, let's see here, seems to affect it a bit more than expected, and the creature goes running into Malagus, and just as it slams into his body, he cries out, and the creature's body falls on top of him, limp. And it falls. I didn't do anything. That was very little work on my side. The second creature looks around and cries out again. And tries to go barreling toward Jaya once again, shoving past people, shoving past Hire and opportunity attacks as it goes running by.
Fuck yeah. Claw attack.
What
Roll
do
to
they
hit.
want with me?
15 to hit.
Nice, that does hit.
4 damage, baby.
Excellent. Abel sinks a punch in successfully for 3 damage as well as the 2 of you guys land. Hire, you roll to hit with the mace. Ooh, yes, 17 does hit. Roll damage.
Holy cow. Been so long.
Temo's going in too. Kill him.
Run his shit, boys. Run his shit.
Hire, what did you get for damage with your mace?
God, sorry, it's not letting me roll damage. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, D&D Beyond.
Sorry. Somebody's rolling with advantage. Demos also makes a strike. Demos, a 19 does absolutely hit.
Nice.
A true strike.
2 damage on the board.
You said 2 damage?
Yeah.
All right, the mace strikes down on it, cracking into the shoulder as it sort of sags. It tries to go past you, Demos. How much damage do you do? Ooh, 11. Yes, all right. Just as it tries to pass you, Demos, you shake it down with a true strike, and a wisp of radiant energy shoots out, lighting up the room. And as the light subsides, the creature is on the ground, collapsed. And that's the end of combat.
Nice.
Demos, you dropped it.
Fuck yeah.
And it drops dead after your strike. You guys go back to being in a somewhat quiet room, save for the crackling of fire. The bed is officially consumed in the flames, and you see the floor is starting to get chewed up as well. Smoke rising up into the ceiling, drifting out through the bullet holes.
Fuck yes, Demos. That was so badass.
Thank you, Orpheus, but I wonder why we had to do such a thing. Where do these things come from?
The bag.
I was wondering just the same thing. What bag? What is...
Well, Durlap has this bag that has a magic stone in it that makes the bag infinitely replicate itself. So it's sort of like this big labyrinth of cloth. And then Jaya was in there for a few weeks, so we were fearful it would replicate Jaya, and it appears with much reason.
Well, then it's settled. We'll throw the thing into the sea.
It's gonna cause the sea to kind of infinitely expand. It's kind of dangerous wherever it is.
Well, it shouldn't have to be our problem. Where did you get this thing? Well, such an artifact should be locked away.
Iceland stole it, and we found it in we were helping out this ant who was totally a real ant. And this stone was at the bottom of a hole. Samir recommended that we make it into like a necklace and wear it on the outside of us, because then it won't have anything to infinitely replicate. But we would have to go into the bag and get it, and it's already really deep and scary in there.
Just look what happened here. Abel kicks one of the bodies on the ground, the one right in front of you, Jaya. Jaya, you look down and see this creature that looks remarkably like yourself dead in front of you. In its last moments of life, all it wanted to do was run towards you, and that sort of scares you.
Are we absolutely sure they meant us harm? I was sort of sleepy when everything was happening, but they attacked us first.
No, like I said, if we didn't shoot them first, they wouldn't attack us.
Yeah, I really didn't feel good about that.
So did we
I
just
was
attack
scared.
them? I mean, it was a scary situation.
He came up to me, put his fucking body on my body, and I didn't like that.
Like a hug?
No.
Are you
Feel
sure?
like it was gonna be a hug.
I guess he did hug me to death. So
Look, they probably didn't want to be alive anyway. Maybe we put them out of their misery.
Okay.
What I say about all my enemies.
insane cope.
I'm trying.
Insane fucking move. Well, certainly you don't all feel good about this. I mean, these two creatures died in our rooms today, and they were practically born from you over there, Colonel. Or Sergeant, sorry. What does this mean? Why would they come here?
You know, I wish I could give you an answer. When I look at them, I feel the sense of like impending doom. So I don't love that.
Yes, well, that's quite frightening, but it seems like the whole magic behind this thing is...
I think there's more than just those two in there.
I mean, haven't we all been in the bag at one point or another? Should I be frightened that some hires are coming out next?
I wouldn't be afraid of
Dude,
hires
did
coming
they just
out.
like get out of the bag on their own?
What the? Well, I mean, none of us have been in there for that much time compared to Jaya.
That's true. Do we think if it was hires, could they cast magic?
Wait, we should look at the bodies. Is it just Jaya's traits, or are there our traits too?
Oh god. If it cloned me, would it be clones of Orpheus or clones of Iceland, technically speaking?
I would think Iceland.
Okay, that's reassuring, I think.
Feel free if anyone would like to roll an investigation check on the bodies to look through them.
I guess I will.
The flames continue to roar by
I'll help you,
your
Jaya.
bedroom.
Yeah, does anyone
I'll roll.
create water?
Watson, could you give me a hand?
Sure.
I'll make an investigation check on the bodies.
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
roll from Jaya. Oh, 2 11s. 22.
Ah!
Ooh, but Jai got the higher
I have a
roll,
minus
so
I got a -1.
We take those.
Alright, the two of you go poking around the bodies. The one that died from fire is a lot harder to investigate. Malaga sort of kicks away from it, and the body continues to burn now. Most of the fabric is burnt up into ash, and what little is left now, it just seems to be layers and layers of fabric. It's hard to really discern any unique features. You guys are all in your locked in room at the flaming boar. The two creatures had just been killed, and a flame has begun roaring in the corner at Jaya's bed. The flame now has reached up the ceiling, licking at the top, and you hear what sound like voices, hurried voices beneath you as molts of fire begin dripping down the wooden slats, increasing as you guys sort of mull about. What would you guys like to do?
Guys, is anyone like a water guy?
I thought
Not
you were
me.
a water guy.
I don't think we have that in this campaign.
God,
I also
used to
thought
be-
Hire was the water guy.
I used to have create water, and now I only have shape water.
Well,
Can I try using prestidigitation to put out the fire?
The flames roaring now in a 15 by 15 foot circle seem a bit too large for a simple prestidigitation spell, unfortunately.
Well, we're burning down on yet another thing.
is Samir, does he have anything that could put this out?
Can I use thaumaturgy to dim the fire?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay.
Alright, Hire, you hold out your hands and a bit of glow appears as the flame's brightness subsides to about half of its previous brightness.
Oh, fuck,
shit.
sorry. I'm half asleep. I do have create or destroy water.
Yay!
I
What
create...
the fuck, Hire? You don't know your own fucking spells? Jesus, you've only been alive your whole life.
It's hard to remember when you have more than 2 spells, Malagus.
I create 30 gallons of water and then
Yeah, okay.
cast shape water to try to like make it douse the flame.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Hire, the water
waterboarding.
guy, makes quick work and you extinguish the flames in an instant. You move the water around, water bending it in different directions, dousing all the little motes of flame, and after a good 15 or so seconds, all the fire's put out, and what remains is a choking of smoke that fills the room.
Is this gonna come out of our security deposit?
Most certainly.
The water drains quickly, and you notice it actually drains into a small hole in the floor. You look down and see what look like 2 extremely perturbed gnomish people. 2 men in the floor below, looking up angrily, their eyes crossed and arms crossed, both screaming up in a gnomish language.
I speak Gnomish, I believe.
Oh,
I
you
think
do?
England does too.
Mm-hmm.
You guys both then hear beneath you, "You damn fucking whippersnappers dropping fire down here! Probably smoking up that rump crap, that elf shit, nasty stuff, you disgusting people!"
Sorry about the flames.
One of their eyes
sirs,
sort of
or-
goes wide. There are 2, yeah, they're both sirs. One of their eyes goes wide as you speak the language. It goes, sorry, didn't mean to upset you. Hey, fucking keep it down up there, alright? You guys are loud every night.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, you should be. And while I'm at it, and you see the other one sort of grab his shoulder and lean in and whisper something. The 2 look at each other and look back up, and he goes, never mind, have a good night.
Hey, you too. Hope to see you around sometime. Maybe we could get a drink.
I think not.
Oh,
Abel looks over and goes, what do you mean, Orpheus? What are they saying down there?
so wait, you can't understand them? Wait.
No, not at all.
Oh, that was a different language, huh?
Don't say it like it's some sort of accident.
I guess Iceland speaks it and the body remembers? I don't know.
Oh goodness, how confusing. That sort of thing baffles me. I unfortunately only know the common tongue as we're speaking now. Perhaps you're a bit more connected to your body than I am mine.
That sort of thing hasn't happened to you yet? You haven't, I don't know. Maybe if you went sailing, you'd, realize you know how to sail?
Perhaps, but I've no interest in such things. Barbaric, really.
Yeah. I mean, it could be useful. I guess my body's just smarter, maybe more refined.
Oh, you seem just as smart as before, Orpheus.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
We'll
I mean,
call it
you were the ring finger for a reason, right?
The thumb!
Or the thumb for a reason, right?
Most important. I was, but the reason wasn't necessarily that I was very smart. I mean, it didn't hurt.
More of the fighting type?
More of the loyal type. Sorry.
Orpheus was loyal to a fault, I should say.
It's you can't be loyal to a fault.
Of course not, my friend. Gives you a smile.
Loyalty's all we have in this group at the end of the day. So, seems like a good trait to me.
Yeah. Alright. Fire's out. I guess I'll start mending the floor.
You can mend that, goodness.
I can mend
Maybe-
anything. Can I mend this?
You look down. It's a decent-sized little hole in the floor, but you do think that the slats are all connectable one by one. It will take a few mending attempts, but you sort of sit down and begin cracking at it. The gnomish people beneath you watch up and stare angrily as you repair the hole in their ceiling.
Why are you mad about this? Do you guys? No, I can't tell they're mad. I just wave. I chat at them.
You shat at them?
I shit down the hole. Just like in the platform.
And it's not just a shit,
Just
it's
the
a
platform.
shaft.
As you begin repairing the hole, the commotion beneath sort of subsides. You guys hear a knock at the door, a hurried knock. Ba 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 ba. Hello in there. Excuse me, this is the proprietor of the Flaming Boar. We've heard there's been a bit of a disturbance. Might we come in?
Just a second.
Yes, well, do open up soon.
What do we do with the bodies?
Drag him into the corner. I don't think they'll see him in there. Here, I'll help. Malagus grabs a body and starts dragging it.
I'll help.
Or put it back in the bag, I guess.
I mean, we could say they're just costumes. I don't think we should send them in the bag because right now, supposedly the creatures in the bag aren't angry at us, but if we send back corpses, I don't think we'll be on as good terms as we are right now.
Yeah.
Oh, huh.
Jaya, how about you tell them we just knocked over a candle or something?
Yeah, I'll go outside. I'm coming.
Right, thank you. And
I go to the door, but I'm gonna put my body in the way so that they can't see inside.
all right, you sort of jab your body into the door frame, as open it, and are met with this short halfling man that you guys recall from a few nights ago at the masquerade. He's dressed in sort of a fine, what looks like suit and tie, though the tie is tucked into the shirt, and there's sort of a long flowy coat in the back. As the man looks up at you and goes, "Oh, sorry to wait, are there others in the room with you?" Anyway, sorry to disturb your sleep. It's just we've heard a few complaints about a fire. Is that anything I need to worry about? He tries looking around your body, but is met with just hippo.
Sorry, I had a candle and, I'm just, my bones aren't what they used to be, and, I pat on my belly. I gained a few pounds, and I'm still, getting used to to these extra pounds of meat on my body.
Sure, yes, but you can...
A little clumsy.
You lit a
the doctor
candle.
tells me that I should be leaner.
Right, yes, of course, just anything. But you said a candle was lit on fire. Is there still a flame? What exactly happened?
No, I put it out. I mean, I had, put it on. I turned on the candle, and I was getting ready for bed, and then my, my badonkadonk is just so big.
Right.
I turned around and knocked it down.
Right. Do you mind if I come inside and see? It's just we've heard complaints that there's I believe a hole in the floor that I'd like to take a look at.
Oh, I don't remember there being a hole. I turned to look.
You turn behind and you see Orpheus about like halfway through.
Oh,
Why-
well, just give me a sec. I had my clothes everywhere, and it's kind of embarrassing.
Please, do not apologize for such things. If you would just let me in, I could have a look around myself.
Yeah, I'll, you can please just let me put away my underwear.
No, please,
It's
it really doesn't matter, sir. I've seen homes in much worse states than yours, I assure you. People do nasty things in rooms sometimes. If you'll just let me inside. He starts pushing past you now. Orpheus, you fix another slat. You're not done. Shit.
It's okay. We're working on it.
Why are we lying to this man? Doesn't he just want to help?
We're repairing the hole anyway.
Orpheus, keep going, fuck. Malagus runs to the other bed and pulls the sheet off of it, and then drapes it over your body, sort of leaving you a lump with the hole right next to you under the sheet.
I can't see under this blanket, Malagus.
Shut the fuck up.
It's so dark in here. Hey,
Shut the fuck
Gnomes,
up.
can you turn on a light down there?
I never, these blasted. Yes, fine. A light gets turned on, and you get a slight illumination from beneath.
I come over under the blanket and cast a light.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, there are now two shapes sort of rustling underneath this blanket. Alright, I
I'd like
think
to
we're
be a
good,
third
Sergeant. Oh, a third shape enters.
Get in there.
I'll
Or let
help
him
cast
in.
mending.
Excellent. You got double mending duty.
Higher holds the flashlight.
You're doing great, son.
Alright, I think we're good, Sergeant. You can open the door now. Malagus gives a smile.
I opened the door.
You open it, and the man briskly pushes by, sort of sliding in between you and the wall of the room here, slipping into the room and having a quick look about. You notice he moves quickly, sort of scanning the walls and then the floor, stopping at a few of the, larger boxes of supplies you guys keep in your rooms and the traveling packs you leave all over the place. He's very quickly sort of overwhelmed by the number of people in this room as well. Just so you all know, we don't exactly have a limit on number of guests per room, but at this volume, you certainly wouldn't have enough for everyone to sleep in a bed. Are you sure you want to keep this arrangement?
Sleep under.
Some of these aren't here permanently, it's just for a night.
Ma'am, it's 3 a.m.
Sir.
Ma'am!
Sir, of course. Sir, it's 3 a.m. Sorry, low light.
Looks like
you
I got
understand.
titties. No, you're right. I do need to lay off the cookies.
I don't think he said that.
Sir, that's not what I'm saying at all. You misunderstand me, sir. I just need to have a look here. You see, if you've damaged the room at all, unfortunately, we might need to address further actions. Now, let's see. And he sort of pokes around, looks in the bathroom, makes his way back out, looks at the walls, and then looks at the floor, and then finally stops in front of the sheet. Excuse me, is there someone in there?
3 of us.
Yes. Would you mind removing yourselves? Is this some sort of slumber party, or do you sleep like that?
1 sec, I'm finishing something.
Not a
I
sleeping.
do usually. Oh, I usually sleep under sheets and some blankets and on top of a pillow.
Yes, would you mind removing yourself? Dulam and Orpheus, with the both of you combined, you've just about finished. Just a few more seconds. Is that casting I hear under there?
Yep.
What are you doing?
They're fixing up a little mess.
A mess? Is it that hole that I spoke to you about?
Jaya!
Yeah,
Sir?
see, it's a little embarrassing. I'm sorry.
So you said yes, there is a hole in the floor.
Friends.
Oh, I
I
said
mean-
Jaya.
There are holes in here.
Enough of this lollygagging. Remove that blanket at once, unless you are willing to explain yourself, sir. Points back to Jaya.
I'll remove the blanket.
You sort of wander over from the front area. Now, just tell me what's going on. What's under there? Is there a hole or not?
It's me and Hire and Dulam.
Hi.
And just as you say that, Orpheus, you and Dulam finish the mending.
Sick.
The blanket is removed from you soon after, and you look down and look at the fairly normal-looking hole. Or rather, the floor. The hole being removed now. Instead, it's replaced with these very similar-looking slats that you had just cast magic on. The figure looks them over, sort of stomps a few times, leans down on all fours, hands and knees style, to look and smell at the wood and go, "What were you doing under here? What was that spell casting?"
I
Mending.
open my mouth.
Someone? I heard someone say something. Someone needs to speak up now, or else I might have to go get the guards.
Okay, look, it was mending. There was a hole. We're really sorry. And we fixed the hole.
Yeah.
So there was a hole in the floor, so I see. Well, unfortunately, according to the statutes of the Flaming Boar, I will have to charge you all for such a thing.
But you can't even see the hole.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, but it is a statute of our establishment. Additionally, if this is a warning to you all. If any more damage is done to the room, then unfortunately we'll have to remove you from the premises. Banished. You understand?
Vanished.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, of course. I'm sure you all understand. This is just normal procedure. I'm sure you've been to inns before. You know this is not normally accepted. Now then, let's see here. And he quickly pulls out a notebook and scrolls through what looks like some ledgers. Right, damage to the floor. Looks like I have here a fine of 20 gold pieces. Now, who will be paying the fine?
Oh, I avert my gaze from my friends.
I point at my pouch that explicitly says 6 silver and 4 copper.
I point at Dulam's pouch and say, "Same, but without the copper."
I have 0 gold to my name.
guys, there's no way we're this broke, right?
Someone go get some beer.
Abel's eyes go wide, he shrugs.
I have 13 gold.
Hey, but weren't you bragging about how people kept throwing money at you?
I spent it all on food. What do you mean, Orpheus? Come now.
Oh, God.
So, Demos, money bags. You think you can foot the bill?
Gosh, my pockets are a little light at the moment. But hey, sir, what was your name, sir?
The The small halfling's eyes sort of squint as he looks up at you and goes, "The name is Heimlich, sir. Like the maneuver."
Heimlich? I'm a big fan of your maneuver.
It was my grandfather's maneuver.
Heimlich, huh? Well, you see, perhaps you've heard there was quite the commotion not a couple of days ago, where there was actually a bomb threat that was almost successfully carried out at this establishment. And, I don't know, perhaps you don't know this, but we were actually the group responsible for saving not just the bottom floor, but yes, the entire inn from imminent destruction. So perhaps, you could see, perhaps you give some leniency on such just an accident, What's a hole compared to total obliteration,
Alright, Demos, let's get a persuasion check.
Big roll, big roll, big roll, big roll. High number. High number. Oh.
Big 10. Oh my goodness.
Okay. The thing is, though, is you make good points, Demos, and the halfling gives you a look and sort of nods along. You can tell he's being somewhat convinced by you, though not fully. And he finishes, "Right, well, you did all save this place, I suppose. And yes, I do recall that night. In fact, actually, I was on staff that night. You might remember me running around a bit. And I did see the heroics that you all did, save for that beautiful chandelier that we had to lose. But I understand. Well, I suppose we can make an exception tonight. Unfortunately, I'm just going to have to still put you on the books, so I'm going to have to charge you. But, how about we settle for 10 gold pieces,
That
Gives
sounds
him 10
perfectly reasonable to me. And I'll take Hire's gold.
Oh, if you want to hand it to him for me, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. I got it, buddy.
Okay.
Right, thank you, and please subtract 10 gold pieces higher. And the warning still stays. Please be careful about doing any more damage to the room. I would hate to... And he sort of looks around, sort of squints at where Jaya's bed used to be before it burnt up into cinders and washed down the floor. I swear there were 2 beds in this room.
Were there? We could really use a second bed.
Yes, if so, then the price for this room, have we been overcharged?
Let me go speak to a manager about that, right. I'll have that looked at right away. Can I get a deception check, please? Orpheus, you want to give me a deception check? And Demos did help you on that.
Seemed like I helped Demos, is what
you
it felt
spoke
like
first.
to me.
You spoke first.
I was telling the truth, though. I didn't say a lie. Okay, I get it.
I know what you are. You did a good job not saying no earlier, though.
17.
All right, the figure squints and sort of nods his head and goes, right. I'll have that looked into, and we should have another bed brought up shortly. You all have a good night, and please be careful with flames next time, good sir.
Thank you, Heimlich. Thank you. Have a good night as well. See you around.
Yes, of course. Good evening, all, and please have a pleasant rest of your stay. And
Thank
the
you, sir.
door is closed quietly. You sort of turn over to see in the very far corner of the room, underneath many packs and bags that you guys have, the 2 sort of blue-black corpses of the bag people sit in a pile. Abel stands nearby and shrugs his hands. It's the only place I could think. Luckily, they blend in with the background here.
Yeah, they just sort of look like bags.
It's only when they pull them out you see the real shape. Now then, complication avoided and very little fee paid, eh? Huzzah!
So why did we lie?
Yeah.
Lie about what? The hole?
I was
Yeah,
scared.
because the people below us saw the hole.
And if there's no hole, then they're the liars, basically.
But there was a hole, and they seemed like nice enough guys.
True. I mean, I didn't understand what they were saying in Gnomish, but it didn't sound very nice.
He was angry, but his friend was fine, and at the end he said to have a good night, so he's not an evil fellow.
Oh, how nice. Maybe
Yeah.
we can send them flowers or something.
I
That
just
should be nice.
I just feel like they would know whether or not we had a second bed in here.
Well, I guess not. It's quite a few rooms to keep track of.
Sorry,
that's
I
lucky.
sort of participated in the lying there. It really felt out of my control.
Now, can you mend a bed out of the ashes, perhaps?
I don't think
There-
so.
The
Ah.
ashes were all washed down into the lower level too. There's nothing left.
Oh.
Yeah. Not something I'm going to be capable of, I don't think. Dylan, could you?
I don't think so.
Now, I bet Samir could build a new bed, but I don't know if he could make it look like the old bed.
Well, I'm sure we can work something out. I'm sure we're not the first people to have destroyed a bed.
Really?
We're stepping
I
away
was
from the
trying to be
important
nice.
things here. If I may, these bag people, the creatures that exited from Dulam's abode in that little container, that is what really must be spoken about. Look at these beasts. Abel's dragged the two out now for you guys to see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Doolam,
bag
did
is
you
not my home.
did you say you talked to them, Doolam?
Yes,
Oh, so they're intelligent of a sort?
somewhat, I think.
Would you say the same intelligence as Jaya, or a bit less?
I would guess
Bit
less.
more.
Yeah,
If
it
there's
kind of
living
felt like we
beasts
put
in
down
there.
sick animals.
Oh,
Higher, they could talk. Those weren't animals, those were people.
Really doesn't help me feel better about it, but
We're not meant to feel
I
better
guess
about it,
you're
we're
right.
meant to do better about it, We're meant to go in there and retrieve this stone, or perhaps seal off the entrance forever and give it to somebody who actually knows how to take care of such a thing. I mean, such a powerful artifact, and what, you're using it to, make a bag bigger? Really? That's the best we can do with it?
Well, we're
This
not
feels
using
useless.
it for anything. We're storing it.
For
Abel-
whom? For what?
I don't know, but Iceland stole this from a very powerful woman, and I fear if it was ever discovered, I might bear the consequences of that action.
Nonsense.
so
We
you
should
might
get
as
back to
well.
her.
consequences.
Well, I just mean because I'm in her body.
What's
So-
nonsense? Justice will be done accordingly. You yourself committed no crimes, so you should be
Well, but-
fine.
But now I've been harboring it, and we met the Lady of Pain, and she told us it was missing, and we pretended not to know where it was. We even got this other guy and interrogated him, like he might have it, and obviously he didn't.
Abel's eyes go wide and his mouth opens, and he sort of holds his hand to his heart and goes, Orpheus, you've been keeping a long-term lie against somebody
it's not
in
a
power.
lie, it's just a
Goodness.
secret. I'm sorry.
How heinous. I thought I knew you.
Oh.
This is what
It's-
I meant when I said you maybe don't need to know. Look, we're trying the best we can, but we sort of got dealt a shit hand.
And you were a part of this. You were all a part of this great farce, kept
No,
away
yes.
from a woman in power, no less. How
Just saying,
absurd.
Abel, you broke yourself out of jail, so that's not
Well,
exactly great.
Yeah, I don't
I'd
get why
committed no
li-
crimes.
I don't get
I
why
don't know
lying
if
is
that's
an
possible.
issue.
Well,
To what it even her lands, I have committed no crimes. Therefore, I wasn't meant to be in that prison. Simple as that.
I didn't steal the stone, so I shouldn't go to jail for it.
That's what I'm telling you. If you had just handed it to this individual in power the moment you had realized it, nothing would have happened. But now you've kept
Oh,
up this
shit.
illegitimacy.
Yeah.
Is it really too late? How long has it been? How many times has she requested it? Perhaps we could give it to her now and say, we weren't sure its origins, or weren't sure this was the right stone. Oh, but
Well,
to
Abel-
damned with it.
Yeah,
You haven't
if
met
she,
Father Lucius.
And if we tell her Iceland took it, she might learn Samir helped her, and I don't think Samir should go to jail either.
Well, has he committed a crime?
Yes.
Aided and abetted.
Abel sort of nods at Dulam.
Whatever you guys communicate in that look, no.
No, I agree.
I can't be alone in these thoughts. That's all I will say.
You guys don't really think Samir should go to jail? I mean, I guess he
I-
did help Iceland commit a crime.
It would with the Lady of Pain. I don't think it would be jail.
Yeah, that's
No.
also true.
not at all.
I think we'd be lucky to be stilled like Father Lucius was.
Gentled.
Yeah.
Well, some systems of government do have outdated or perhaps immoral laws. Would it be worth it to find a local representative and have a discussion about it?
Like a lawyer?
I don't know if Sukkot has any lawyers.
Do they have policymakers, council members, perhaps a senate?
I don't think so.
I think if the issue were that big, it would go straight to the person in charge.
Whose name is the Lady of Pain?
You don't want us to be in pain, do you?
Of course I don't want any of you to be in pain, but you understand that this is against my morals. This is against the ethics that I was brought up with, taught by Riddicy herself.
I know it is.
I think you'll find that ethics are more fragile than they appear to be in this real world.
Oh god.
And of course, I know I have to learn a thing or two about this real world you speak of, and yes, of course I did break out of a Waterdeep prison, and I suppose that is a crime in itself, but I'm sure you all agree that because I committed no crime, that it is a very just and righteous thing to do, right?
Well, once you meet Samir and know him better, I think you'll know what I do, which is that he wouldn't have done any of this if it was the wrong thing to do, so it can't be that bad.
We're focused too much on this Samir fellow. I don't quite care about that. What I care about is you, Orpheus, why you were harboring the stone away from them. And honestly, I worry about all of you, why you were a part of this plot. You know, not saying anything, and he looks at Duelam now, it's just as bad as doing the wrong thing.
I was not asked any questions. What would you like me to answer?
Well, do you think it was just and right that, your entire team, and in addition you, kept from this woman, this lady of pain, a great secret regarding an item of hers?
Yes, I do believe it was right.
You believe it was right? How could that be? Explain it to me.
Well, when we discovered this stone, we discovered how evil it was, or rather, how chaotic it could be. And when we met the Lady of Pain, she did request this stone, but we did not know anything of her character. It would be very reckless to give someone that we don't know a stone that has so much chaotic power.
I see, but you speak in this past tense. Have you learned more about her character since, or the nature of the stone?
Yes, to both. But even still, it feels as though we would be the best protectors of this stone. We do not know her actual intent with this stone and why she had it.
I see. Well, that's a good point. I had not thought of that yet. Abel sits and sort of cups his hands in his head. Wait, cups his head in his... There's some cupping. Don't think it's cups.
His hands.
Coughing.
What size?
Whoa.
What's
He
his
sits for a
hands or
moment.
what's his head? What?
Whoa.
The laws of these interdimensional lands are just so complicated. I suppose I agree with you for now, but just know I'm still morally against this, and if someone were to ask me, I would tell them the truth of the matter, as I imagine all of you would as well. But for now, I'll keep up this farce for you, provided there aren't any more. There aren't any more, are there?
No, I don't think so.
Are any more what?
Lies that you're keeping up, stolen items that you've been harboring from people, lives you've taken illegally.
Nope.
Not that I can think of.
Does he know about the book? Or has he filled one on that one?
Oh, the book. Similar situation with the book.
Well, I believe that one was a bit more legally obtained. If I recall, you all explained you acquired it in some sort of tomb. That is considered archaeology, a fine study.
True, but we didn't turn it in, per se. To the
Actually, it
person
was very
who-
similar to the stone. We also found
Yeah.
the stone in a dungeon.
That's true.
No one had told me that yet. I didn't know that. Well, then I suppose that a bit more forgivable. Abel sort of relaxes his shoulders and gives a pleasant smile. Then you see his face grow dark again and goes, I've gotten a bit off track. Back to these creatures. Gesturing at the bag people again. What are we to do about this, sell their body for scraps to the tapestry markets?
I don't think
Is-
anyone can know about these.
If this is the kind of thing that's going to happen more often, we should really be more careful.
Yeah. I don't really know what their intent was either.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could keep the bag closed more permanently? Maybe sew it shut in the meantime?
Mason, I would like to say I do have arcane lock now, so can I try casting it on the bag?
That's a good question. Let me think. So I guess you can cast Arcane Lock on, like, an entryway, right? So this is an entryway.
Can you cast it on a box? I feel like that might be a good gauge.
You can on
Yeah,
a
you
chest, which is...
Yeah, so I would say this counts. Yes, so, Demos, you can cast Arcane Lock on this. Would you like to do that?
Sick. Yes, please.
Okay, you all watch as Demos sort of approaches the bag and you sort of cinch the top shut. Just as you're doing so, you get a second to look down into it, Demos, and staring down the many tens of feet, the 40 feet in total drop, you notice that inside of this bag, right at the very bottom level of this extended extraplanar space, these creatures have stacked tables and chairs and boxes and barrels and bags of burlap all 40 feet in a pyramid so they could reach the entrance.
Oh my god.
It sort of amazes you. It probably would have taken them days to set this up. There are so many items stacked on top of each other in a haphazard pile.
Oh god.
Yes, they're quite set on escaping, it seems.
I'm gonna throw up. We can't
But
be
you,
captors to this many people.
You hold the top of the bag shut, cinching it tight, and holding your hand out, you cast Arcane Lock, which, with a magical glow, you see the entire top of the bag cinch shut as tight as possible, airtight, and a bit of a small yellow glyph appears beside the entranceway, as the entire thing gets rigid and hard, as if a giant chain is wrapped around it.
Nice. What should the password be, you guys?
What was our code word for Zavrix again?
Great question.
How about everyone whispers it to me separately?
Yeah. Should we form a line?
Yeah,
Nobody's
just get in
whispering
line.
yet.
All right. I guess I'll go first. I believe it was Mastiff, if I'm not wrong.
You pass. Next.
Can I do a perception check? Because I think Hire forgot, or at least I forgot. Can I do a perception check to try to hear what Deimos said?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Deimos, feel free to
Zavrix.
roll a stealth check as well.
Ah, sick.
Big at 17.
Holy.
All right, Deimos, we're
that's
trying to
gonna
beat a
be-
17.
+0 modifier. Let's go. 9.
Can I make a perception check to try to perceive higher listening in?
Just for listening, we'll put the DC at a 15.
Okay, 18.
All right, you notice higher listening in, and you notice higher catch the word.
It's Mastiff! It's Mastiff! I know it!
I've got my eye on you, Kobold.
I try to give you a smile as close to Zavrix's as possible. Was that
I'm not
convincing?
sleeping in here.
Gonna go
All
sleep.
right.
Where else can we sleep? I don't know if Samir would want more visitors.
He doesn't mind. I was supposed to visit him tonight anyways.
Oh.
We were going to make some fire resistance. You know, it's actually funny because it would have been really helpful right now. But we were going to make some fire resistant coating for my bag.
That would have been really helpful.
Yeah, I guess.
Why
should
didn't you
have
do
gone.
that?
I don't know. I was mad at him, but I guess I still am a little, but I'm more uncomfortable with the bag, so...
What are you mad at him for, Orifay?
Why does it matter to you, Malagus?
You have to tell me. You
Oh,
have
you guys
to.
are so whiny.
Hello?
It's 3 a.m.
Alright, if we're all done cleaning up here, I'm going to go.
Okay, miss you, I guess. If anyone needs more space, there's more room under Deimos' bed.
I go even faster.
Still a weird place to sleep, higher. Still
Good
weird.
night, Dylan.
Just a good use of... Just really good space management, really.
Well, it's just you could sleep under anyone's bed, but it's you always pick Demos's. Is that's all?
There's only one bed right now.
That is true. You know, you got me there. All right, you ascend the steps. Actually, no. Samir is right next to you guys in his
No,
room.
I thought he
so
was upstairs.
Hold on. Let me check my notes. Hold on. Okay, you go upstairs, ascend the steps, and you find Samir's door.
I try to
Yes.
open it.
Unlocked. You crack
Oh,
it open.
perfect. I walk in.
All the lights are on. You notice Samir is up, sat cross-legged on the ground with what looks like a few metal bits in front of him. He's wearing a long monocle that seems to have a lens at the end, some sort of telescope.
What's on your face?
He doesn't turn up from his work as he speaks. Oh, hello, Orpheus. I expected you earlier tonight, but I suppose you forgot?
I didn't forget.
Wow.
Oh, okay. If you don't want to make things with me, you could just say, you're quite proficient yourself. I know you could work perhaps faster if you were alone. I could give you a few of my tools and you could work alone if you'd like.
No, that's not it. But I need to ask you some questions.
Sure,
And you're
that
not
is
allowed
fine.
to dodge them this time, because last time I tried to ask you these questions, you got, well, first you were Zavrix and you got all mad and scary, and then the next time you were like, oh, I just came back, why are you asking me hard questions? But I need to ask you hard questions eventually, okay?
Of course, Orpheus, but just so you know, it would not be fair for you to blame me for something Zavrix did with my face.
I'm not blaming you, I'm just explaining why I haven't done this so far.
All right. He collapses the long glass on one of his eyes and turns fully toward you, facing you, sort of looking up from his seated position. Ask away, Orpheus.
Have you been honest to me about you and Iceland?
With the questions you've asked, yes.
But not entirely.
Well,
Because I know for a fact you said that you just were an acquaintance of hers, you know, a friend who helped her steal the inert stone, and I know enough about you now. I know you wouldn't have done that for a casual acquaintance, and Frederick said you two worked together for many years. So what's the truth? How well did you know her? How
I did know
closely
her
were you
quite well.
working? Yes.
And we were working quite closely. Acquaintance is still the term I might use, though I suppose the number of years we spent together, it for many other people would likely be a closer word. But during that time, she was very businesslike. We did not have a lot of personal time, and when we did, oh, you don't want to hear about that.
I do.
He looks up and you see in his eyes a bit of pleading as he steels himself and goes, Orpheus, sometimes people can have relationships that are a bit complicated for words.
I think I deserve to know. Iceland is working against me, and
No, you
if
do.
I'm supposed to
deserve
trust that you're
know.
not.
You misunderstand, Orpheus. I just mean I have trouble describing it, is what I mean. There is emotions involved that I can't really grasp with words. He sort of reaches out his hands and grabs at nothing.
I don't know, but I also I don't want to know, but I also feel like I need to. I
Why
don't know how
you-
to trust you. Everything I know about you makes it seem like you wouldn't steal the artifact, but Abel's right. It wasn't right to steal something that wasn't yours unless you have reason for it, but you haven't told me what the reason was, or you said it was just that Iceland needed it and you do whatever. But for you, there must have been a good reason, I think. So tell
why
me,
don't-
all right?
Why don't you pull up a chair, Orpheus? We could talk.
I'll sit on his desk.
He sort of wrinkles his nose at that.
What?
Nothing, that was clean. It's fine.
Am I dirty?
He looks over at you and pulls up a chair and sits across from you. The two of you alone in the room now, he speaks very slowly and surely. Orpheus, if, for example, you and the rest of the group decided that you needed to, say, break into a building, somebody we weren't that close with, somebody who might have been a bit malicious. Say, for example, Zavrix as an extreme example.
All right.
If you had asked me to do it with you, I would say yes in a heartbeat. Now, that is not a moral thing to do, to break into someone's house, and it would not be a righteous thing to do, to perhaps steal something from them or tamper with
It
their
depends why
belongings.
you're stealing it.
But it just depends the reason, and it depends the person asking. I was close
Yes.
to Aislinn. I considered her a personal friend, and all of her actions pointed to justness. She was a person who arrived to Circad from the abyss, a plane
Yes.
of endlessness and, well, lawlessness. They are not exactly the most law-abiding people in the abyss. And she made something of that and was able to return to a plane of the living, sort, as one might say.
And you didn't think to question why she went to the abyss in the first place?
Well, no, but people go all over when they die. I mean, I spend time with Malagus, and supposedly he went to the Nine Hells.
I suppose that's true.
And, of course, I understand that it might be something to judge, but her goal, which things to look in the future, seemed just. Her goals to revive her town, one by one, pulling them from their afterlives back to life, because they were all killed unjustly in a war, in some sort of battle that they had no part in. It seemed fair and just, and she said that once it was done, once every person was returned to their living, breathing bodies and the town was back to normal, she would rest and be done with it. And I trusted her, and I believed that. So you can understand why I would have felt so close to her cause. So when she asked me to help her build things or help her find people, or, well, in the one chance that she asked me to steal something, I believed it was all for the right cause. I trusted her. And since then, that trust has been betrayed. The worst part of it was that it was betrayed when she wasn't even here. I spoke to you and I spoke to your friends, people who seemingly know a lot about the situation, and it just doesn't add up to the person I knew. But I suppose that's what they say about the best actors, or the false facers of the world. You can never know until they're gone and you just hear about it. That seems to have been what happened here.
It's so frustrating.
Yes, Orpheus, it is.
I want to trust you, but I feel you're not honest with me. But I also feel you're trustworthy.
I'm disappointed that I trusted her so dearly. It is a sad thing to be disappointed in, trusting others inherently, but I suppose it is a part of life, and it is something I could have learned, and so I'm glad for that learning moment. She was a learning moment to me. But I admired her a great deal. She was courageous and smart, brilliant when it came to these talents. He gestures at the floor.
That's what I've heard.
She had a goal, she had a purpose, and it seemed noble. She seemed quite, well, she was just the kind of person that you could get enamored with. And so I did. I went and I trusted somebody who I suppose in hindsight I perhaps shouldn't have, but I'm glad I did it because I'm glad that I learned from it. It makes every relationship I will have from then and onward a little less trusting. And he sighs.
Chills.
I don't know what to say to that. I mean...
You wanted the truth, didn't you? You wanted the emotions of what I felt. I didn't tell you they'd all be good.
I know.
You wanted the truth, though, so you shall have it. I can dictate to you everything the two of us did. I can tell nothing less will make you satisfied. I wanted to move past this. I saw it as an error, a mistake in my past, and something that I was uniquely embarrassed over. But the more I want to forget it, the more you want to remember it. Funny how that works, huh?
I suppose.
So, let us tear the proverbial bandage then. I told myself if you ever asked about her again, I would just open myself up for you to see it all. No matter how embarrassed I will get, no matter how upset it makes me, I'm glad it will satisfy you. That is all.
I think it might also be embarrassing and upsetting for me, if that helps. But I need to know.
All the more reason I don't want to do it, but you are more noble than me, Orpheus. You are braver. That is why.
Right.
We met in the summertime in Circad. She appeared in the forest, similar to how you all did to a portal, though hers was different, sort of unique, and she did not arrive here alive.
What?
She was a ghost in Circad. She lived among the ghosts for what I believe was a great many months. She doesn't speak of that time often, but she kept possessions of her own from the abyss. Small things, unimportant things, but one of which was the Unearned Stone. Being a...
So she already had it?
That's right. I believe it somehow enabled her to travel here, though I don't understand the mechanism, and it certainly couldn't have been alone. She was not very keen in planar magic, you see. That's why she needed so much help.
Huh.
I believe as a ghost in Circad, she tried a great many times to speak with people. And I use ghost sort of as a vague term, simply meaning not alive. She didn't move like a spirit or have a corporeal form. She looked like a person and she moved like one, but the biggest difference was that if given a portal to the material plane, she could not pass through it. It forced her back, forced her out. She was trapped in a plane about as close to life as you could possibly get.
How does that... Okay, I don't understand how that happens to a person, but keep going.
Circad is unique. I told you all that when you arrived there. It is one of the few planes where the dead and the living. On the material plane, when the dead leave there, well, they go to other places. Sometimes ghosts and specters and spirits remain, but those are undead, sort of unusual cases. But in Circad, a dead person can remain there in the form they were in when they were living. Occupy space, move about, speak and converse. But everyone who sees them sort of innately knows of their death, and they cannot do some things that the living can. The biggest of which is travel to a living plane. It is impossible for them. Iceland begged with Zavrix, the Boundless, begged with planar travelers that came through Circad, looking for a way out. None of them would allow it. None of them could allow it. She was dead. It was that simple.
I see.
So she brokered with the one thing she had, the Unearned Stone. Turns out it was quite valuable, and a few lucky engagements got her in the court of the Lady of Pain. She traded it in, and in return the Lady of Pain, through some reason or spell or magic or perhaps some physical concoction that I know nothing of, gave Iceland life. It was a vile thing, she told me. Painful and horrible. It lasted a great many days.
Oh,
Honestly, the way that Monty's revival has been described, it sounded pretty similar.
I see.
Now, the way I understand it, after Iceland was revived and given new life, she decided this plan to return to her home and to bring back her people. It's around this time that she met me. She never approached me as a ghost, a dead person, only when she was living. And so all of the stories I tell you now were from her own lips. So I suppose
see.
you can only trust them with however much you trust her. Regardless, though, she came to attach herself quite strongly to me. Out of a kindness, I let her stay in my home for a week or so until she managed to get back on her feet. She sold...
This is just after you met? She stayed for a week?
Yes.
All right.
Similar to how you all did when you first met.
I suppose so.
She made a living for a while. She went into the ghost district and sold stories. I don't know if they were true or not, but she found some people there and told them of their loved ones on the material plane. People she supposedly knew in life. She sold these stories for coppers, but they were enough for her to find a home and some supplies for her to begin her mission.
I see.
She came to me for help, I would say frequently. Weekly, sometimes monthly. She had a means of travel that I still don't quite understand. She never spoke of it fondly. She only said that it was given to her by a devil.
I see.
Some sort of ability that she had to, I suppose, make a deal for. Now, as I know, all devil deals come with a price. So I imagine hers did as well, but I don't know what that price was. She never shared it with me. All I know is that the devil that she worshipped was the devil of the hive.
The devil of the hive?
Yes, some deep abyssal devil that, funny enough, was quite bee-themed, just as she was.
Huh.
I suppose that is why the devil of the hive took a liking to her, and so they made their pact.
I see.
It took a long time, years, for her to track down first all of the people that she knew from her life. I don't know how she did this. Again, planar travel is difficult out of Surkad. I don't think she did it through Zavrix, but she would disappear for many months at a time sometimes and return saying that she was able to grab a few of the elders of her village or a parent of a friend. I don't know where she went for them or how she got them, and I believe it still had something to do with this devil of the hive that she knew. But she would disappear for long stretches. Sometimes she would come to me for help. She needed supplies, or sometimes she needed help with how exactly to place a soul inside of a body. Something I was studying at the time. Something I could do with a homunculus. I wasn't very good at it, but she was a genius, and she was able to work out some things that I couldn't, and merely took my information and disappeared for more months afterward.
I see.
I helped her with other tasks too, and sometimes when she visited, she stayed with me. After enough time, Demos started working with me, and Aislinn visited, I believe, once or twice in total while Demos was there, but not anymore. On the second time, I believe, she visited. While Demos was there, I spoke with her in private in my workshop. She told me she was nearly done and only had one more she had to do. This, of course, was to travel to Valhalla, the plane of fallen champions. She told me it was a harder afterlife to breach than most, smaller. She kept talking about the target, how most times she could target somebody there, use them as leverage, some sort of node, a beacon, she would say sometimes. But she said in Valhalla she couldn't do it. She had no beacon there, no person to latch onto, nobody of easy access. So she needed a way to sort of get there faster. She mentioned the Unearned Stone, the one she had given to the Lady of Pain, and she said she needed it back. She required things from me. A few animatronics, metal pieces, bits and bobs, arcane objects, none of them violent, of course. I didn't want her to hurt anyone, and she promised me she wouldn't in this breaking in and stealing of an artifact. She took a drift globe and a small explosive device that shoots out ice. She took a bundle of rope that could stretch and rewind at will. And she took my bird, and he sort of looks over and stares at the falcon, the eagle in the corner as well.
I see.
Some other metal bits, lockpicking tools, artificer's tools, and one night she disappeared off to do it. And that was the last night I ever saw her. She never came back to returned to me my items. In fact, it was only days later that my falcon returned to me, flying from the east. I thought that perhaps I would never see him again. And he looks sort of lovingly over at his homunculus. She never came back after that time. I believe the Inern Stone was stolen. In fact, I have proof the Lady of Pain was in a bit of an outrage afterward. But she never came back to my shop. She never visited Demos or I again. And after that, the next time I saw her was when I saw you. You were wearing her face. You understand my confusion then when I saw you. She had never done this before, not in front of me. This connecting to a beacon that she sometimes does.
So I'm the beacon, and she's done this before?
Yes, well, it is how she was able to contact other planes. It will sound a bit violent or perhaps amoral, but I believe that the devil of the hive that gave her these powers gave her some sort of hive mind ability. A way to reach out to another mind, connect it to her own, and, well, like a queen bee might control them, move them about, look through their eyes. She said she did this merely out of respect for them and relinquish control as soon as she could, but for those elders, for those parents of friends and other neighbors in her village, she would find them in their planes, create some sort of devil bond with them, and move them like they were a puppet.
So the people she would take were usually the people she was trying to bring home?
That's right. She told me she would never do it any other way. It was immoral to take the body of somebody who wasn't involved in this, and she informed me that she got permission from each of them before she did this, which is why I was so surprised when you told me that your body was taken from you against your will. Again, I tried to tell you she seemed so moral when I knew her, though again, she really didn't stop by that often. Perhaps it was all a facade. This was the full story, Orpheus, top to bottom, nothing left out. The Inern Stone was taken from her, and she took it back. The Lady of Pain despised whatever thief took this from her, and I suppose she might have thought Iceland was to blame, but the two of them had really only interacted at one time, bringing back to life all those years ago. Samir looks at you. You can tell there's pain in his face. He's upset by the story. He's embarrassed by it. You can tell he didn't enjoy this at all, and he looks at you, waiting.
So then the copper homunculus, she just made that to you as a thank you note?
Yes, that was, I suppose it was supposed to mean more to me than it did to her. I thought it would end up being something special. I thought she would come back and, I don't know, a small part of me thought she might ask me to come live with her and let her more, but she never came back.
See, she might still.
Not after what you've told me about her. It seems she had a malicious side. It seems this last person, the last individual she had to bring back, this Riddicy of yours, she was willing to go and burn the entire world to get it. Burn the relationship we had, burn the trust that I had given. This Riddicy must have been a really special girl.
She's a very special woman, yes.
Samir looks at you pleading and goes, is there anything else I can tell you, or can we be done with it?
I don't know.
Tell me this then. Did this at least satisfy you?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's alright. I shouldn't have expected anything more. Don't worry yourself with the copper, baby. It was a trifling thing, and it's something I'm going to work out on my own. Thank you for looking after it while I was gone.
It's not a trifling thing. I mean, it's clearly very important to you. You're a goblin. You're a golem too, you know?
Yes, and it would have been special, but I don't know. I know it's a rude thing to say, but every time I look at it, I just think of her and the trust that was broken.
Oh.
Every time I look at you, I see your father. Whack! But I want to move past these feelings and make something new of them. That is why I wanted to put this behind us and not bring it up anymore.
I don't think not talking about it would have made it go away.
I know. I'm not as brave as you, like I said. Now then, if that is all you have, then please leave me for tonight.
Yes.
I'm tired.
Okay. Good night, Samir.
Goodbye, Orpheus. Don't worry. Alright? We'll figure this out together. I trust you, and I am smarter than I was then. I know better than to be a fool about these things. He gives
You're
you
not a fool.
uneasy smile.
You're not a fool.
I was then, I think.
She's very smart. What she did to you wasn't right, but it's not your fault. And I don't know. I think you might get to hash these issues out with her someday.
If I were brave, I guess, but I really would just like to forget about the entire thing.
That's not right, Samir. When someone hurts you shouldn't just forget about it. You need to at least tell her what she did.
His
You told
eyebrows
me
knit
you think-
together. What do you mean,
told me-
Orpheus?
You told me you think she did this to me because she didn't think about it, or she didn't think I would be here, or I would be conscious about it. So, someone's got to tell her that she's hurting people. And if I'm not around to do it, then I want you to. Do you
It was
understand?
a mind meld, Orpheus. Like I told you, it's something to do with a hive mind. You and her are connected. Your brains are connected. Have you ever wondered why she comes back every time you die? That doesn't happen to other people. That doesn't happen to Malagus,
Doesn't?
does it? It happens to you. And it happens to
Oh.
her. You're still connected. She tried to sever it, but you're still in that body. And that means that I still can't forget about it, no matter how hard I try. So I will give you that. You're right that I will never be able to truly forget about it. And maybe one day if I do see her again, I will confront her about this, but it would satisfy me more if I never did.
Well, you need to get a bit braver then.
Good night, Orpheus. Sleep tight.
I mean it. You can't just... You're not doing yourself any favors. You're not doing your copper golem any favors. You're not doing her any favors. You're not doing anyone any favors by ignoring it. You didn't do me any favors by not telling me all this information. It's...
I know. And you have every right to be upset about that. You'll have to forgive my cowardice.
I don't understand you. I'll leave you to it.
He nods his head solemnly and turns back to what he was doing. Close the door on your way out.
Okay, I'll go.
You exit into the deep evening, tired, hurt, and you return to your room.
I try not to wake anyone up so I don't have to embarrass myself by having to come back after I said I was leaving and not sleeping with them anymore.
Dulam, you of course do notice that Orpheus returns. This conversation was about half an hour, so I imagine if any of you guys are light sleepers, you would probably also notice Orpheus return.
I'm Eepin.
Right?
Jaya is a heavy ass sleeper.
Okay. How about you, Demos? You a light sleeper?
Yes, I think so. So Demos notes
Okay.
that it didn't go well.
Yeah,
with
you
his
notice
dad.
Orpheus walk back in.
Hate to
Orpheus
see
looks
it.
pretty shaken up.
Orpheus is angry crying, dumps out his goggles a couple times.
Ew.
Oh,
Are you
yucky.
always wearing goggles that are like
Yeah, their prescription.
they're tied to your face? Well, I mean, you could have goggles and still have like some aeration in there.
No.
They're just
Airtight.
fucking sealed goggles 24/7. That's
Oh,
why
I
I said
take them off to
ew.
dump them.
Yeah.
I go lay down next to Malagus and
Wah, wah.
roll over and go to sleep.
Fucking stay on your side, fucking stupid.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, it's that time of the month?
I hit him in the stomach.
Ow. Ow. Fuck.
Oh,
You
do you
roll
have
over.
cramps?
Good night.
Good night.
You guys go to bed. You guys can please all add a long rest as this long night comes to an
Oh,
end.
thank God.
And you all wake up the next morning, refreshed and rejuvenated for another day. All right, it is a fresh day, early spring morning. Well, I suppose a late spring morning. You guys probably slept in a decent amount after the havoc the night before. Nothing else comes to bother you in the middle of the night, and Dulam, you note the bag does not quiver for the rest of the evening. The next day comes with light shining through the window upon mostly people sleeping on the floor.
They
The day
never
is
got
yours.
us that second bed.
They didn't.
All right, big day, everybody. We got lots of shit to do today. All right, this is going to be great. So I've been thinking long and hard about it. I thought about it last night, and I am willing to look after that shitty fucking beast that we call a cow. The fucking horrifying creature known as Monty. No offense, he'll get better. And Kick, the mute. I'll look after those three today and stay home so you guys can enjoy the day. How's that sound? Malagus gives a thumbs
Are
up.
you gonna invite people into our room?
No, I'm fucking not. Listen, of course I did that one time and it wasn't even it was Samir's, so you know I'm better than that. Besides, I just wanted to spend some time and give you guys the full day, because I know you know, you wanted to go kill Zavrix, and you wanted to go kill some wizard that lives in the tower, and you wanted to go kill
God.
Rex Ymir, and you wanted to go kill
No,
someone
we don't
else,
have to
I'm
kill
sure.
Rex, you made.
I only wanted to kill one of those people.
Yeah, same. Yours was Zavrix also, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You know, we do quite need finances soon, and I suppose killing Zavrix the Boundless, whoever this character is, might net us some gold.
I imagine it would. Dylan, what did she say the reward was again?
She did not give a monetary number.
Oh, did she
Money is-
imply like a great sum or a paltry sum or some other sum? Haha.
She said it would be gratuitous.
Gratuitous! And we feel we can kill him?
I don't know.
I think finding him is the hard part. I think actually killing him won't be that hard.
Really? Because he's a pretty powerful wizard.
All we need to do is fight him somewhere that's not his home turf, right? You know, I feel like if he's got all of his tricks around, he'll be stacked. But if we can, like, fight him in a field like we did that in Onaton, we'll have better odds.
It's really insightful, Malagus.
Thank you.
We could
I'm a
try to catch
tactician.
him off guard.
It's a good idea. Maybe at the university?
That's a great idea. And, you know, we'll have the Lady of Pain on our side, too. So if we do it in Surcat, we might even get her help. But I don't know.
If she tasked us to kill Zavrix, I feel like she'd want us to do it by ourselves.
You're right. At least we know that no guards will come running first if we do it in Surcat. That's all. Can't say the same
Yeah.
for the university here.
It's true. I have another thing I want to accomplish also. I want to take his cat.
Didn't know you were fond of the kitties there, Orpheus.
No, but when we met Saffron, she said, first off, that she knows how to get to the Feywild. And she also said that the two people who summon her are Zavrix and Bardabok Ardavilis. So,
Hey, that's Samir's last name. Is that like his brother?
yeah, I think it's his father. And so potentially she could know a way we could help get Samir home.
Is that what he wants? I thought he wanted to hang out with us.
No, he wants to go home to the city of Brass. He wants to see his father, I think.
Well,
I
damn,
think he
why
misses him.
you're sending him off so fast. I thought you were like hanging out with him or something.
No, this is what he was wanted from the beginning, I think.
Well, hopefully we'll save
That's
his
what he
cat.
said.
I like it. Like Dulam always says, you know, drop another one.
I don't remember saying that.
Oh, well, it was sort of the energy you were given when we dropped off Otherlu Chase and Vinny.
We could drop you off next, Malagus.
That's a funny one, Dulam. That's a good one.
I stare neutrally.
I mean, you know, obviously it's Samir's choice if he wants to go or not, but I think it would be nice of us to offer him the opportunity, I mean.
As
Well,
long
do
as
we need
that's
to
what he
buy
wants.
anything before we go? You know, I'd be happy to... Ooh. I'd be happy to, you know, buy some supplies for you guys if you need.
You have money?
Yeah, I've got like 40 gold pieces.
Holy shit, Malagus!
What?
Richest in
Yeah.
the group by far.
I did want to mention it last night because Demos was on such a roll convincing that guy to lower the price.
That's true.
So when I offered all the... Never mind. I don't think we really have the money for supplies. I think we should just try to get to start with. We have a very limited time.
We do?
Well, I mean,
With what?
to kill Zavrix, because the whole reason we're doing this is to gather gold for Monty, I thought.
That's true. You're right.
And we still need to find someone to, you know,
Yeah.
murder.
Murder.
Could be Zavrix.
Well, but the problem is we need the money and then the murder in sequential order.
Fuck.
And it doesn't have to be a
Find
murder.
somebody who really deserves it.
Or we can find a fresh body. Oh, God.
But let's do one thing at a time.
Yeah.
So are we going to the university to inquire about where Zavrix could be then?
That sounds good for me, but how are we going to go about this as to not tip him off? Because if we start looking for him, I worry he might know something's up.
Yeah, I don't know if we could just ask around.
Perhaps we could pose as, you know, one of his students. You know, simply looking for a professor, namely Zavrix.
You are a wizard?
True.
That sounds good to me. I mean, it's not the most honest, but
We could say
Oh.
that he's inquiring how to become a better wizard or to become an apprentice. Still alive, but less so.
maybe just say you have some. Well, oh God.
Does anyone even remember what he taught at the academy?
That he
Well, he's a
taught interplanar magic.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right, so what would you guys like to do?
I think we should head for the university.
Well, Deimos should, but should we all go? Like, would it be weird if we're all in a group?
Well, I don't want any of us facing Zavrix alone.
That's why I think we should spend as much time as possible prepping, you know? If we can get his location day to day, we could get the jump on him.
That's true. His
You know,
schedule.
If you're
sorry.
all investigating, excuse me, pardon, this is Abel, of course. If you're all investigating this Zavrix fellow, I actually might spend some time investigating that tune that we heard the other day, spoken by that piccolo player. I know, Dulam, you said you had some interest in looking into it as well. Perhaps we could investigate it together, if you're interested.
Sure.
I think we have good odds at recreating the song that he was singing, especially with Deimos. You also heard something in his head, right? You were able to hear the full song?
Yes, at least from what I can tell.
Yes, well, I don't mean to rush you all along, and this Zavrix fellow sounds like quite the important one, but if we ever get a free moment, I'd love to pull the two of you aside, and perhaps we can work on that. Just something to
Good
consider.
idea.
So are we, like, splitting up and searching for clues?
What the group wants.
Because I prefer staying together.
I might stay here and try to figure out this fireproofing goop. At least until we're ready to face Zavrix, just because I don't want to blow us all up.
I thought you said you and Samira were working on that.
He's pretty busy right now.
With what? He said he wanted to work on it with you.
Malagus, you should really treat yourself today, maybe? Find a woman. Could be the last chance in a while.
His eyes go
Orpheus,
wide.
are you
Holy
okay?
shit! What the fuck is wrong with you, Orpheus?
What do you
Guys, I think
mean?
Orpheus is sick. Open your eyes real wide. Are you sick?
I take off my goggles and open my eyes really wide.
Let me see that hair. Is it greasy like that one guy who was sick with greasy hair? Not me.
I don't. Is it? Feel me.
He feels you. It feels normal.
Whoa.
Fuck, dude. What happened to you?
I don't. Nothing. Nothing.
Did you end up spending the night last night with Samir? Why are you
No,
here?
I talked to you in the middle of the night. I didn't
Oh, I don't
want to
remember
bother him. He was sound asleep, snoring.
He doesn't do that, right? Demos confirm.
Does Deimos know this?
Demos, you do know this. He does not do that.
Sure, Orpheus, yes.
Devos is a real one.
Fuck, well, anyway, you know, if you're not gonna work on it with him, I'll go grab him. Maybe he can babysit with me.
Okay, because I was thinking I would stay here and babysit with you, and Samir would probably go wherever Demos is going.
I thought Demos was going with... This is all getting very complicated. Someone else just tell me what to do today.
Let's you and I stay here and work on this serum, and Samir can go with Hired to the university, because Samir wants to learn really bad.
All right, I'll help. I'm really good at these things, you know, I'm very crafty. He sort of cracks his knuckles.
Yeah, you're a smart enough guy.
All right, so who is leaving the room?
Me.
All right, great. So, you guys put on all your adventuring gear for the day.
Before I leave, can I give Dulam the chest with the black book in it?
All right, Dulam, your hand at the chest.
Thank you. What would you like me to do with it?
Just keep your hands on it and just keep it away from probably anyone else. I think I only trust you with this, Dulam. No offense to anyone else. Let's go higher.
No, I get it. We'll go get Samir.
Yes.
All right, so as you guys exit the room, you hear a fluttering sound as a whole host of envelopes and notes fall out of your door. You guys are actually quite popular over the night.
Fuck.
As the couriers have brought you guys 3 notes.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
You
They
find
fucking
3
hate
envelopes. There are 3 envelopes here. One of them is simple and white. One of them is sort of gold and bears the crest of Waterdeep on it. The last one is solid black and has nothing on it.
Great.
Oh. Are they addressed to anybody?
So the black one is addressed to Sir Orpheus.
Typical.
The
L.
white one is just addressed to the team. And the golden one with the Waterdeep crest is addressed to Demos.
Oh, sick.
I got a letter, fuck yeah.
All right, I'll hand the black one to Orpheus.
Why does this one look so evil?
It could be from Rex Ymir.
I think it probably is.
Let's open the one to the team first.
Yeah.
You pop it open. This is a note from Samir.
Oh, shit.
He writes in simple blockish font that reads, "Hello all. Today I will be working at a few projects that I would like to do in my room, so I will be staying in. Please come by and visit as much as you like, but I will be out for any adventures in the world. With love, Samir Arvalus."
Huh. Guess he's busy today.
Great. You and me against Zavrix, Deimos. Just keep in mind, I don't really attack, so it's kind of you, and I'm there for backup.
I mean,
I can come along till you guys need it.
That would be great.
yeah.
I thought we were all going to fight him. You guys were just going to get information on
Yeah.
where he is.
I guess I'm just scared of running into him, but yeah, you're right.
It's a fine enough fare.
Could be anywhere.
Could be anywhere. Well, just don't fight him, right? He doesn't know we're going to kill him yet. He's going to know soon enough.
I can take along just to keep Pyre's anxiety at bay.
You would do that, Jaya?
Yeah, I don't want you to go all willy-nilly and start shooting people. Well, you can't, shoot, but you know what I mean.
I'm not really at that stage in my character development yet, but thank you.
No, but I fear that this will be the breaking point.
Zavrix does like to push at those breaking points.
Demos, you want to open the note to yourself?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, you pop it open. Inside, this is the heaviest of the notes, as inside you hear a clinking sound, as coming with it, at the bottom, you find a handful of gold pieces.
Oh.
As well, a short note that reads, "This should supply you for the month. Do keep safe. From your mentor and caretaker." And then there's a big seal at the bottom and a very eloquent script for Volker, the court wizard of Waterdeep.
Oh,
Whoa,
nice.
caretaker.
I guess so.
What type of dad was he?
Good
In the-
Like a sugar dad, or?
Oh no, he was a mentor from a long time ago, but
I heard he was the dad that stepped up.
I hear that
that's true.
Demos has a lot of those these days. Stupid.
Yeah, typical.
Yeah, what the fuck? Pass them around.
oh.
Haha, kidding. Anyways, I'm gonna leave. Do you wanna go with?
Yeah, how much gold was in the
Oh yeah, so
envelope?
inside is 40 gold pieces that you can now add to
Holy
your
fuck.
inventory.
Damn.
How come Demos has so many dads that give him money?
I just want you guys to know that
pays
Demos
no.
bartered for that money. Excuse me.
that is true. I forget how much the original offer was. It was something so
It was
measly.
so low, and you fought him up to 40. All right, you now have plus 40 gold, Demos, and the two of you guys head out. Hire and Demos, and Jaya, you follow along as well, right?
Yeah.
All right. Leaving behind Dulam and Orpheus, as well as the rest of your little crew here. But Orpheus, you have a note in front of you.
Okay. I go ahead and tear it open. Orpheus is like, will mine have a present?
Orpheus, do you want to read this?
Word a present.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
All right, the very first line is all in white, sort of a beige white script. From your memory of, exploring the town, selling white ink is actually pretty expensive. So this is clearly done in some sort of eloquent way. But the very first line on this page reads, "I cast explosive runes."
Great.
As you read it, Orpheus, hold on. As you read it, nothing seems to happen.
Oh.
You read it again, and you read it again, and nothing seems to happen, and it sort of dawns on you that you didn't trigger this. You must have been a part of some sort of exception to the rule in this specific casting of explosive runes.
Oh my
is it
god.
Somebody else reading the note.
So it's about this time that Malagus would sidle over and be like, "Hey, can I read that?
Get away from me, Greasy!
Let me read it.
Stay
Pass,
back, it's
let
my
me read
letter.
it.
It's my letter. It's my
Let
letter.
me read it.
Get away from
I
me.
see a word. The first word says I.
you.
What's the second word? Let me read
Stop
it.
Stop it! It'll all explode if you read it.
I just, no, don't, that's not real. Let me read it.
It will. It will. I mean it. It's real. Deimos, tell him.
Deimos has left the room.
Shit. Dulam, tell him.
Well, I haven't read it yet, so I'm not sure if that would be true.
All right, let Dulam read it.
No, it hasn't. It says I cast explosive runes, but I think it's because if anyone besides me reads it, it'll explode.
Oh, that's kind of clever.
Yeah. Okay, now let's keep reading.
The rest of it goes like this. Greetings, Knight Orpheus. You requested my help, and here I send it to you. Find attached the instructions for your request. If completed successfully, find me in person. We have much to discuss. Sincerely, Rex Ymir. And found attached is another note, small and sort of folded up inside of this first one. And inside is sort of hastily written, what looks like almost in a different handwriting. Instructions. The instructions at the top label this as how to find the wizard that lives between the seconds.
Yes! Deimos, I got it! Oh shit, Deimos already left. Okay, that's something good that's happened today, you guys. Done.
If you would like to read the instructions, I can tell them to you now, or if you want to save them for another day, we can do that. Though.
I'll save them for now. I think Oro's not looking for this guy. I mean, until at least after we kill Zavrix.
All right, you pocket the instructions, pocket the note, and you guys have read all your notes. So at this point, I ask, what would you all like to do? I imagine the Jaya, Hire, and Demos crew, you guys are headed to the academic ward to find, theoretically, what Zavrix is up to. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, then left behind then is Orpheus and Dulam. You guys have the day to yourselves. What would you like to do?
I'm trying to make some fireproof jelly.
All right. I gave you a material cost for that last time, and Samir picked up the components. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So Samir unfortunately does have the components to this.
Hey, Dulam, could I get some help?
Sure thing. What do you need help with?
Could you go grab these components for the fireproof jelly from Samir?
Sure.
Mom-
Is there any
Mom and
reason
Dad
why you
won't
need
stay
me
in the
to do
same
it?
room.
I think he'd like to see you. Who isn't excited to see Dulam knocking at their door? I mean, walking in their door without knocking first.
I suppose many people.
What? That can't be true.
Well, Zavrix for one.
I suppose that's true. But Zavrix is a terrible person.
What about people that haven't met Dulam?
I'd still be happy. You're a very charming little guy. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Oh. Well, you should. You have a sort of inherent charisma to you. You're just nice to talk to.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
suppose I'll use my charm on Samir then.
I think he'd really appreciate that.
Alright, start walking to Samir's room.
As you ascend the stairs to Samir's room, you arrive there pretty quick after you left in search of some items. Knocking on the door, or actually, how do you open this, Dulam? What's your name?
Yeah, I would go up to Samir's door and knock.
You knock politely. A polite few seconds later, you see the door open, and Samir's on the other side, and he's got a neutral smile on his face and goes, "Oh, Dulam, you look lovely this morning. How are you?"
Thank you. I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Doing well. Apologies about the note. I would have come down and told you guys, but, I think we all wake up at different times, and I sort of want to get a good start on the day. I've got some things I'm building in here. You want to come see?
Sure.
Samir guides you inside, and you notice he closes the door behind you and shows you a sort of a mess of a room. His bedroom has been turned into a workshop. One of the beds has been pulled into the center of the room, and a large table has been set on top of it. This sort of general workstation has a bunch of springs and metal gears and sprockets and bits of wire all over. There's stuff all over the room, sort of exploded out of his backpack, which seems sort of ruffled and empty in one corner. He gestures around, and you can't really make heads or tails of what exactly you're looking at, but he goes, "I'm making a new animal companion. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and I think it's about time." He gives a big smile.
Oh, what kind of animal?
Well, you see, I have this, and he gestures to the eagle, and he's like, "So I feel like I kind of have the air," and then he gestures to the fox and goes, "And this is sort of like land," and then he gestures to the frog, and he's like, "And this was sort of like sea for me, so I got to thinking, what else could I possibly need, So what would you do?"
Underground?
He snaps his fingers and points at you and gives a big neutral smile and goes, "Yes, exactly, that's what I was thinking." Oh, Dulam, we're always on the same page. I love you. Anyway, so underground. So that's what I was thinking too. So I got to thinking, do I want a worm? No, worm-like and a bit scary. And then I got to thinking, maybe I want to have some sort, perhaps like a... And he sort of gestures around the room and he goes, "Well, I don't know a lot of Earth-like creatures." I know worms. I know that one. That one is pretty easy. And I know vegetables like carrots.
Got that one down.
I thought maybe like ants or like maybe a gopher, but those don't seem quite right. And so it's felt like the most obvious answer. And he gestures to the center of the table now and shows off a big blueprint that he seems to have sketched out the night before. I'm making a mole.
That's great,
So-
Samir.
Thank you, Dulam. So I'm keeping quite busy today. Don't worry about me. I am in good health and A-okay. But this is just something I want to do today. If you guys need me for any emergencies, please come find me. And I'd love if you stopped by like you're doing now. Is there anything I could do you for, by the way?
Oh, yes. Orpheus said that you had some components.
Oh, yes, that's right. For the fireproof gel that we were going to make.
Yes.
Yes, well, send Orpheus up whenever he is ready. I'm ready to make it when he is.
He requested that I use my charms on you and retrieve them for him.
Oh no! Oh no!
He
That's
wants you to
crazy
use
way
your
to say it.
charms?
Oh, yes, he said I'm quite charming.
Well, that is true, but don't worry, Dolan. You don't need to use your charms on me at all. I have everything Orpheus needs, but why would I bring it down there? The workshop is here. Just send Orpheus whenever he's ready.
I could ask him for you.
Thank you so much, Dulam. And again, you are very charming. That's something you should always know.
Thank you. Alright, I'll walk out the room.
Dulam, you descend the stairs and find Orpheus and Malagus in the room. As well, Tick Monty, who is still doing bed rest and has some sort of orange paste smeared on his head, and the cow creature.
Dylan, did you get the stuff?
I visited Samir. He confirmed that he has your items and that he also said that you could come up at any time for them.
I see. Did you try the charms?
I did. He actually identified my charms.
Oh! So you saw them coming.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
You seem unsettled. Is there any
bit.
reason?
Oh, I don't know. Me and Samir had sort of a hard conversation last night, and I didn't think you'd watch to see me again so soon, you know.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't pick up on that.
It's okay. I'm really good at hiding it.
Samir didn't mention anything, so I don't think that he's thinking about it that much.
Oh, I see. Okay, then I'm not thinking about it that much. Let's go.
Sure.
Are the two of you, and so where are the two of you interested in heading?
I guess to Samir's room to get the stuff.
All right, you begin heading up. On your way, we'll jump now to Demos, Hire, and Jaya. The three of you are boys out on the town.
Yeah.
As you guys walk outside, you exit the flaming boar and see the bright sun above you. It's a cloudless day today and a bit hot as the spring wears on. There is the sound of birds chirping in the distance and the waves of the sea crashing nearby at the docks. You guys have a bit of a long walk to go to get to the academic ward. It's sort of at the opposite side of the town. So in about the 20 minutes or so it takes to walk, you guys enjoy a fine morning. You can stop into a pastry shop if you'd like and get some breakfast. You get to pass by some children playing in the street and many workers and general custodians of the city making their rounds in the morning.
Aw, how cute.
On the walk, you guys hear the town criers about every block or so crying out the news for the day. The news for the day is as follows. Warning to all! The graveyard ward has been quarantined due to a new sickness. Be warned. It is entitled the Iron Shadow.
Oh, fuck.
Stay clear of the graveyard ward. Many folks have been seen entering and exiting, and all graveyard workers and diggers have been quarantined for this new potential sickness entering our city. Let this not be like the blue wastes that ran through our town not 10 years back. We, the city of Waterdeep, shall hold strong to disease and outbreak. Please warn your local official if you know someone with an outbreak. In other news, a pious blind man has been killed in the temple war. Half the gods have no mercy for our priests.
Oh my god!
What?
Hey,
Terrible tragedy.
So I know this, but just so the audience at home knows this, the blind man who was killed is
Father Luchase.
oh my god.
Oh.
Crier continues with other things. Dock Ward seeing its highest grossing yet. Record number of ships docked in the port as of yesterday. It seems this spring will be a great year for trade in and out of the city. And finally, additionally, there have been quite a few great plans made for the 30th generation's day of Waterdeep. The Open Lord Clay Declare has informed everyone, making an open address soon regarding the general events and the day-to-day agenda of the festival. Look forward to it. And then the crier sort of loops back to the graveyard. And this is what you guys hear.
Well,
I don't understand. Why would anyone hurt Father Lucius in this form? Other than, I don't know, like maybe us, but...
Why would anyone do this? I mean, I know why I would. Why would someone else?
exactly. Yes, that does seem quite odd, doesn't it, Haya? I mean, I'm sure he didn't even have money on him, you know? So...
Maybe he pissed somebody else off.
I don't even know if he could have. He seemed so harmless and empty as is, and only seemed to echo good ideas. I don't get it.
Well, there goes our prime candidate for your brother's sacrifice. Gosh, should we swing by the temple ward real quick? I don't know. This just all seems quite odd.
We could try to figure out maybe who killed him.
You don't think Zavrix had anything to do with this, right?
That's what I
don't
think.
so.
It must have been someone we know. Like there has to have been some reason. I do want to find out though. Maybe now isn't the best time.
Okay, we'll look into this later. Gosh, and how did the that disease even get into the graveyard district? I don't think Malagus ever even went there.
Is it possible the butcher went there?
Oh my god. I hope not. I hope he just sort of, died on that plane. But
I hope he died.
Damos,
let's go.
I think we both know that might not be likely. He might be here.
I guess let's just go to the academy. I don't want to think of these things any longer.
Right. To school.
To school.
All right, so you guys make your way all the way toward the academic ward. Easy to spot the great academic ward. In fact, it's where you guys pop out of your portal when you arrived here, at the sort of town hall center of the academic ward. The buildings, all great and brick, with large towering arches and bell towers atop them, welcome you all in, and you pass by yet another group of what looks like tourists passing through, getting some sort of tour from a guide walking by. And on your left, you'll see the academic ward. This is one of the oldest buildings in Waterdeep. They pass by you guys as you watch. So what is your plan in the academic ward? Where'd you guys like to go?
Let's sign this bitch up for classes.
Yeah. Should we just enroll? I think it'd be kind of fun.
I think that'd be smart. I could have my own truthful reasons for wanting to learn wizardry. Jaya, perhaps you wish to learn to know your enemies better?
Yeah, perhaps. I think that'd be nice. I mean, my people aren't too fond of, all the magics and shit, but I guess it's better to know it and surprise them with it. They'll never know what's coming. They'll never know what's coming.
Nice. I guess we're gonna go look for the administration office then.
All right. Give me just a quick investigation check to find that.
Oh, fuck! If only someone were here.
Can I give help? I have I think -1 to int.
Help me, please. Help me.
Help. Perfect.
Where is
I
it?
also rolled, and I got a nat 20.
Oh, that's
Oh
great.
my god. Whoa.
Wow. All right, then higher you take the lead, and on hole in one, in fact, using some very intellectual insight from the buildings, you determine that the easiest building to walk right into on accident would be this one over on the left. So you make your way over and find the biggest set of doors, and sure enough, right on entering, you're met with what looks like a very cozy little office and a large plaque that reads academic reception and entry. You imagine that this is some sort of administrative building, and a very sort of bookish looking young woman looks at you, Al, as you make your way in. The woman has short cropped hair. Hello, I haven't said a word. The woman has short cropped hair, almost in a buzzed style, mottled skin, and huge, like, bottle rim glasses on that sort of sag down on her small nose.
Was I wrong?
No.
Gives you a look and looks up from what looks like 2 large tomes that she was reading out of and goes,
Oh, how can I help you?
I take it back.
I don't. Hi. Oh my. Sorry. I forgot what I was saying. I think could we enroll in classes? Maybe all of us.
Oh, yes, of course. There's a small fee depending on the class, and I'm sure as you understand, some classes require certain prerequisites, but I'd be happy to look into it for you. Why don't you tell me what area of study you're interested in?
and she gives a small smile.
I believe it was planar and dimensional studies.
Oh, planar magic. Yes, let me take a look here.
She sets one of the 2 large tomes aside and pulls the other one toward her. Thumbing through it a bit, you see her looking through a huge laundry list of classes they offer at the academy here. And eventually she finds the one she's looking for.
And yes, it looks like that's actually a rather small area of study. We only have 3 classes offered in the academy regarding that subject. Now, unfortunately, this is high-level magic. You all will unfortunately need to take a prerequisite course, Intro to Magics, Intro to the Arcane, Arcane and You, your spell focus and how to use it. In fact, there looks to be 15 classes in total you need to take before you're allowed this planar one. That is, of course, have you studied somewhere else? Do you know this already?
I've studied at other establishments, yes.
Oh, I see. Have all of you? Are you all students?
Yeah. Me
I've
too.
trained in other ways, not necessarily with the magical stuff.
I see. Oh, pardon, sir. Is that a firearm? You can't have that in a school.
Oh, it's yeah. I'll put it away. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I actually just recently took a class on ammunition and firearms, so I think I recognize that one.
She gives a sheepish smile.
Ooh.
Wow.
Whoa.
And
I
you
know
know all the
advanced stuff.
material too? You must be great at your job. Look, if I can be frank,
Hi, Frank.
And she's funny?
Thank you.
I thought she was smart.
Can only be one.
Where I come from, my goddess and my entire plane, it's falling apart. We've all been lost, separated, and frankly, my goddess has lost almost all of her power. And there are certain needs that need to be met for my civilization, my race even, to continue. And that my goddess asks of me to learn planar magic and use it to help the people where I come from. And I promise it's a just cause. I don't know if we have time for all these classes. I can show you my transcripts from the plane where I come from, but you know, it's a foreign plane. People don't usually make it out here unless of course we're expelled, which is what happened. Surely you understand.
With this sort of complicated, this tale that you're weaving here, Hire, could you give me a persuasion check?
Okay.
Okay.
I can show you my transcripts, but they're kind of outdated.
Wow, did all of you guys go to school? That's kind of crazy.
Dude, it was a very informal school. More like camp.
Ow. Camp.
All right, to 15. So, she looks at you, and as you continue speaking, her eyes sort of narrow, and she takes off the big bottle rim glasses and wipes them off on a shirt tail and goes,
Listen, sir, I do believe you, but unfortunately, we really do have a lot of rules and regulations here. So, while I trust your story, you might have to prove to me that you can actually do the things you say you do. I'm sure you understand, okay?
If I can prove myself in an aptitude test, surely that would.
Yes.
That would be
precisely.
great. Yes.
So, the 3 of you will all have to do so. Would you prefer a written aptitude test, or would you prefer a sort of demonstrational aptitude test? Both are available to you, and I could set them up for you right now.
And just so we're clear, the aptitude test would be on wizarding in general.
Yes,
or-
the prerequisites to planar magic.
Yes, I see. Well, a written test sounds easier.
All right, I can set that
more
up. Now,
convenient. Less
I
staff.
warn you. Are you a practicing wizard, sir, or have you been out of practice? Because this test is, I've heard, quite difficult, and I believe it lasts about 5 hours long. So if you aren't a practicing wizard, you might want to spend some time studying. I could recommend a few tomes for you to study, unless of course you'd like to try it right now.
Is this test one I could retake, or?
Yes, of course, but we do charge a small fee here, 2 gold pieces per attempt.
Oh, thank goodness I only have 3 gold to my name.
I'm gonna have to borrow some gold.
And this is what you all want, right? To attend this class, because I just want to make sure that you're interested in this, because, you know, I don't know. People who are uncertain who go into these kind of things, sometimes they sort of get weeded out. I've heard, and she sort of glances down at the tome, Professor Zavrix is sort of a real dickhead about this
actually
thing.
exactly why we wanted to take this class in particular. He seems to know
Oh, you've heard of him?
he knows so
Sorry.
much. I got this. Shut up.
Do you got this?
I guess I'll let Deimos quiet me. But he just seems so talented from what I've heard.
She sort of looks at you and then back to Demos confused and goes,
Okay, I'll just go ahead and write that on your intake form then, that you're interested in the professor, just in case there ends up being a substitute, so that you don't get put in the wrong
maybe
class.
I'm alone in that mindset, apparently. Maybe just for me.
That's all right. Can I? Sure. I'll put it on yours. Let me hold on. And she writes down a few things. You notice she asks for all of your identification forms that you guys all got the first day you entered Waterdeep. You pass those over. She looks through them, writes down the names that are written on them, and then passes them all back.
Oh god, they're gonna know who killed this bitch.
Okay, great. And you, sir, and points to Karma, would like to take the written test. What about the other two of you? The demonstration test will only take, I think, 3 or 4 minutes if you know what you're doing. We could get that out of the way right now. In fact, you might even make his afternoon lecture this afternoon. I think he's got one in like a few hours.
I don't necessarily practice it.
Oh, out of practice. I understand. So this could be the kind of thing that you might want to study for, to take the written test, if this is the kind of class you want to take.
Well, I'll go ahead and try taking the written test.
Perhaps you could study while I take the test, if it's going to be 5 hours.
Well, I mean, you guys can both take it at the same time.
Take 5 hours.
Yeah, I'll put you guys in the same room, you know? You guys can take it together. No cheating, though.
Yeah,
Feels like the
sounds
natural
good.
course of action.
All right, and you, young man, and she points to Demos.
I'll try the demonstration, see how it goes.
Excellent. All right. Just a moment as I get everything prepped, and then I'll be back in just a moment.
she scuttles out of the room, leaving you guys alone.
With that, I will
I'm
give
gonna bomb.
Higher and Jaya each 10 gold.
Wow, all right.
Thanks for money bags over here.
Great, I can take it 5 times. Do we know who has our actual object of planar transportation? I mean, I have the bag of holding, but is someone else holding on to that? That might be of use to you during the test, Deimos.
I thought Orpheus kept his hands on that one.
I think it's in my bag.
Do any of us have any hope on this?
Unless I get really lucky on that test, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. If I don't pass the demonstration, then I'll just take the written test with you guys, and then perhaps we could work something out. Wink.
We're not killing her.
I will say our main goal was to be able to find Zavrix, and now we know that he has a lecture just this very afternoon. If we were able to somehow find...
Yeah, but is today the day that we want to kill him?
But it's certainly a lead of where we could go next. Perhaps if we befriend a student, that could also be a way in.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I would rather not involve other people in our situation. I feel like if they found out that, he was they would feel like it's their fault.
I'm sure we could find a way to make sure they don't really connect the two events. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Well, I just think it's better to not involve any other party member, any other innocent parties into this.
Can't be words.
Hyder holds your hand, Jaya, and is like, "Hey, this anxiety thing goes both ways. You got this. If I do think any reasonable man or woman around
I just
Zavrix
say it
would
this
want
way
him dead
because I feel
personally.
like Deimos really leans towards any form of violence, and I'm trying to lean away from that in the
Lean-
nicest
If it
way
makes you feel
possible.
better,
Away
I
from
have prayed
violence.
to Ethera extensively about this violence, as it kind of goes against everything I stand for, and I would hope that my praying would be enough for you too. Look, anyone would want that,
Hello?
that man dead.
Well, I understand that. I just don't want to involve other people.
There's
in
no way to
you
do
know,
one action that only affects one person.
We don't have to include the students in it. We don't have to befriend one, get them in on
You
it.
don't
That's
have to
just
if you
kind
don't
of.
wish.
Whoa.
How about let's just see how this thing goes. If we got a bail on this, we'll bail on this.
Yes, I think this is the beginning of us searching, and I think we only have more chances from here on out. I'm gonna cast a bless on all of us. It's only for 1 minute, so I assume it won't actually help me and Jaya during the test, but hopefully it can maybe help Deimos.
All right.
Bless.
Soon after, the woman comes back into the room holding a huge stack of papers, cut and divided into 2 sections. As well, she has another much smaller piece of paper in her other end. She walks back in and places the huge stack with a thump in front of you, Jaya, and you, Hire. And she goes, "Okay, I'm gonna set you guys up in a room over here. If you follow me, and you, and she glances down at the pages in front of her, Deimos, right? If you follow me as well." And she guides you guys down into a room. She leads you and then she keeps going. Few rooms pass. You pass a few other doors, and eventually she stops at a room that looks like a classroom. It's small, and she opens the door and leads all of you inside. It's one of those little rooms that houses maybe 20 people in total, and it looks empty right now. Perhaps abandoned for the day, with all the classes finished. She sort of moves some desks around, these thick wooden desks with wooden chairs, sort of stools behind them, until all the desks are sort of pushed out of the way except for 2 in the center. She has them both somewhat side by side, about 2 feet apart, and everything else is pushed far and way into the corner. She then goes up to the front of the room, writes what looks like some chalk on a chalkboard behind her, which reads out simply the name of the test, which is the Planar Magic Prerequisite Exam. She then places out these large stacks of paper on each of your desks, along with several pencils, which look to have been sharpened for you already. She gives you all a smile and goes, "Okay, if you guys want to start right now, and you, Mr. Deimos, we've actually got somebody, so I don't actually know magic that well, so I don't know if what you're doing is right or not. So I want to call in one of the experts to have take a look at you. So if you don't mind waiting about 5 minutes for them to come, and then I'll take a look at you. But for now, you, Mr. Hire, and you, Mr. Jaya, you guys can start your exams here. I'll just be waiting at the front, and I'll watch you, and if you have any questions, you can ask me, okay?"
Alrighty.
$20 says Glag comes back.
Quick question before you leave. The expert you're getting, is it the expert on planar magic?
Oh, no, unfortunately, no. I think Mr. Zavrix is preparing for a lesson right now, but I'm getting someone who at least knows the spell that you have to cast. I think it's
She sort of looks down at her notes. It says here teleport. You need to teleport somewhere. That's what you gotta do. So, I'm just gonna get someone who knows what teleporting looks like. And she sort of stops for a second and she's like, well, I mean, it should be pretty obvious, right? You just go from one place to another.
Yeah, there's only one spell like that, you know.
Well, I mean,
Pretty high level spell.
I don't want to walk all the way to the Blackstaff Tower to get someone. Like, you know.
Oh, the black, and I hear they don't even answer, you know, like the first couple times you try.
Yeah.
Like you could be out there for a while.
I know, and I know I told you I'd be back in 5 minutes, but it could be like an hour, and I don't want to leave you guys alone because I really want to watch their test to make sure they're doing all right. So, you know, maybe. And she sort of looks back and forth, sort of being persuaded now, and she goes, you know, maybe if you just do it in front of me right now, I'll just sign you off right here. How's that sound, okay? I mean, all you have to do is go from one place to another. That sounds pretty good, right?
Yep. Sounds very wizarded to me.
Okay, awesome. This is gonna be great. Okay, wait, okay, hold on. Let me set it up here. And she goes, okay, let me just go right here. And she stands in sort of the middle of the room, and she puts you at one end of the room, and she says, okay, go from there to this far end right here in this corner. You think you could do that for me? It's gotta use teleport, by the way. It's the teleport spell. That's the one you need to use.
Nice. How far is the are the two?
Look, it's only about 40 feet.
Xavier, don't you have like a cough thing where you cough and then teleport?
Oof, I don't have that anymore.
No, we're
here's the thing. No, we're not fucked. Okay, I got this.
Can't wait.
I got this. I'm so ready. Okay, so I'm gonna cast Misty Step, right?
Okay.
Right, but then I'm gonna pretend to like sneeze while I do it, so it kind of messes it up, you know, maybe, and then when it falls short about 10 feet, you know, it's like no big deal, or I could kind of sneeze during the spell, you know.
Really quick. I'm trying to see if this spell can help you at all. How is she, like, does she give the vibes that she's going to just, like, look and see if the, like, is she just gonna watch this visually?
I mean,
or
yeah,
is she gonna, like...
Yeah, she's standing there. She's got a pen out in front of her and a little, like, notebook with looks like something on it, and she's just watching and listening. I mean, teleport can't be that complicated, right? You just go from one place to another. I can't think of any other spell that can do that.
Me neither. And I'm quite well studied, so
I believe it. You seem like a proper wizard. All right, and you want to do Misty Step?
Yes, and
stop about 10 feet short.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, I'm gonna need a performance check for
Add
this
a
sneeze,
D4.
please.
1d4.
God, we should
That's
have
true, yes.
fucking won the trivia, so we had a inspiration to use.
Nope, I told you someone's gonna die. I killed somebody.
Oh, you did kill somebody.
My God.
Mm-hmm. All right. What was your roll, Demos?
15 in total.
Okay, I'm gonna have her roll a perception check now to try to beat a 15, because effectively you're deceiving her. Maybe I should. Is your deception higher than your performance?
Shocking.
Yes.
Wow. It would be. You know what? Give me because you are deceiving her, give me a deception roll instead. So use the same number that you just rolled, but just add your deception modifier instead of performance.
Okay, then it would be 16 plus 18.
Oh my God, someone's proficient. All right, now she's gonna roll perception to try to beat an 18. Now that's a good roll, so we'll see here.
Oh.
No, all right, it was a 12 plus 2, a 14, so she was under, which means you step forward, sneeze loudly as you sort of disappear in a shroud and appear 30 feet in front of you. She looks over and sort of looks at the wall and goes, "Oh, are you all right? Did something happen there? It looks like you didn't quite make it."
Oh, sorry. I was performing the spell and my eyes got watery and I blinked, but, I mean, I guess it's close enough, right? I mean, unless you wanted to do it again, I mean, I'd be happy to.
No, that was good. You got pretty close. And she sort of squints her eyes, though, and she goes, "You know, there is one more thing, which is that I
I think there might be a spell where maybe you just move really fast instead of teleporting. So it got me thinking that maybe I want to test it to make sure that you're not just running really fast. So hold on a second. She puts down her clipboard and then she runs over to the wall and, moving with great speed, begins constructing a sort of elaborate wall made out of desks and chairs. Thus sectioning the room off in 2 different sections.
While she's doing that, so how did she place the markers for this? Was it like chalk or something?
Yeah, she just placed 2 chalk markers on the ground.
Okay. Maybe while she's doing that, could I feasibly try to move the marker?
All right, give me a stealth check, please.
I'll go to help her with the the desk stuff, and if she starts to look over, I will like tip the wall on that, quote unquote, on accident.
All right. So I would count that as an advantage then.
Nice.
It's a very creative advantage for stealth. Well, I knocked over your tower.
16 in total.
Okay, yes, that does beat her passive perception. Excellent. So, over the course of the next 3 minutes, Hire, you help pick up all these desks and chairs and build this sort of wall. And Demos, you very stealthily sort of scratch out the chalk marking, and using some chalk on one of the nearby blackboard, can make a mark about 10 feet ahead, I presume.
Yeah, about.
Excellent. All right, you slash it on there real good, and it doesn't look like she noticed. She stops then, sort of looking at you from the other side of this giant wall. There are all these little spots and holes in it from where theoretically you could see her. And she goes, "Okay, one more time now. Can you go through this, please? Sorry, I know I'm burning your spell slots. I just, I want to make really sure."
Yes, no worries. This is quite fun, actually. You're a great test proctor. You know that?
Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Stop it, you. All right, now just go through and land right here. And she points at the mark at her feet.
Perfect. I'll just cast Misty Step again.
Okay, easy as pie. She sort of watches you go and goes, "Weird, the wooden structure in between us makes you look closer on that side." Anyway. You teleport through, land solidly on the mark. She looks down and gives you a smile, and you see her write a big check mark on her side and goes, "Okay, congratulations, you're approved."
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course. Your name should be in our little system. I'm gonna go file it away and take all the papers to the right people. But feel free to attend Professor Zavrix's lesson later today if you'd like, or any classes involving planar travel. Good luck to you.
Yes.
And you can also stay here if you'd like. Oh yeah, what's that?
Would it be too much of a hassle to put my preferred name on those papers?
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry, I should have asked earlier. What's your preferred name?
Mose.
Mose. Okay,
Yeah.
Mose.
Yeah.
Thank you, quite.
Writes it down. Okay, Mose. Well, I'm gonna proctor your 2 friends taking this test. So if you want to hang out here, you can. But you're free to go. You're done. All done.
Thank you so much.
Of course. You have a great rest of your day, Mose. Okay, bye
We'll
now.
see you in there.
Bye-bye.
Jaya, we got this. Let's go.
I'm gonna.
All right, so
I'm gonna pass.
You see,
Fast away.
you see Deimos leave, closing the door. The woman quickly disassembles all the giant wall structures she made, and by the end you can tell she's pretty tired and panting.
Okay. All right, back to the 2 desks in the center of the room. Okay, so you guys can start whenever you want. I got a little hourglass up here for 5 hours, and I'll just sit at the front here, okay? So I'll be reading my book, but if you have any questions,
yes, will
please
do.
let me know.
Okay.
Okay, good luck, and I hope that you both succeed.
And she gives you both a smile, and she leans back in a chair across from you. So at this point, it has been a few minutes, so the bless spell has unfortunately dropped. So here's how this is going to work. If you guys want to do this fairly, as in you're not cheating, then I'm going to need from both of you guys 2 Arcana checks.
1, we might have gotten lucky on. 2, that's pretty tough.
2.
Yeah, I know. That's why there's 2. Both Arcana checks are DC 20.
Good luck, buddy.
It's a hard exam.
Yay, okay.
So that's if you want to do it straight. That is no cheating. That is actually sitting down and taking the test.
Are you proposing a way to cheat, or?
Listen, you're the student. It's however you want to do it.
What you do is you flip your skirt inside out and write the answers on the hem.
The only way that Jaya could make this is just by 2 nat 20s because he has a -1
Can I cast
to Arcana.
guidance on myself?
God help me, please.
Oh, it's only a minute.
Can you?
Never mind.
Yeah, unfortunately, that would not really
Okay,
work for
I have a
this.
+5 to Arcana, so just need.
Okay.
Wow, you might
Nice.
actually have a chance.
It's low.
So if I look over Hire's shoulder,
If you want to cheat,
what would I have to roll?
at
Jaya,
this,
you need to find a way to help me.
you would have to roll a stealth check for me. So, Jaya, if you wanna screen look at Hire's answers here, you would effectively give me
Okay.
2 stealth checks for the first half and the second half, and depending on her passive perception, if you can get by both, then you'll have better rolls.
I think if you could help me.
oh, but I feel like she's
that would be,
wise.
Good.
How
Words
would
of
I help you? Okay, what is there to lose if I cheat?
Hey Mason.
Nothing.
Can I pull out the bottle
Yes.
of alcohol that's in my bag and see if it's helpful at all?
You pull it out, you hear it sort of sniffle as it comes out.
Oh, hey there. Long time no see. I've been put in there, bottled up for quite some time. No pun intended.
I guess I am just saying this fully out loud. That sucks. I really miss you, man. I don't know, the rest of the group, they're weird about it, but I'd really love if you could hang out with my friend, for a little bit. Maybe tell me what they write down.
You hear a tack, 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 tack from the front.
No talking during
Sorry.
the exam, okay?
The bottle responds to you.
Yes, of course. I could do that if you'd like. Just place me over there and I'll call him out. Though, no offense, your friend looks like a
A
dullard.
dullard? I'm not sure I know what that means. Let the player look it up.
Nice.
Yes, he might be, but some real fighting prowess, that one.
Could I send Jaya?
yes. What would you like to send to Jaya?
We'll simply say, ask to go to the restroom.
May I go to the bathroom, please?
Yes, but you're only allowed 2 bathroom breaks during this whole test, so if you really have to go already at the beginning, then you're gonna have to hold it for the rest of it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for that.
Okay, off you go.
Step outside of the room? Go tinkle?
Go to
I guess I'll be here.
when Jaya comes out, I guess I'm gonna pull Jaya aside.
Whoa. Pull me.
Jaya, I was thinking perhaps I could try to take the test in your place.
Oh, how?
At this point, I will cast Alter Self to look like Jaya.
Whoa.
How long does that last?
It only lasts an hour, but
It's better than nothing.
I don't know. DM, do you think I could within like I guess like 2 hours, do you think I would like be able to like finish the test?
I would allow you to attempt this, but you would roll these Arcana checks at disadvantage, considering how fast you'd have to be moving.
Fucked up.
You would literally be going twice as fast, but
Could-
I would allow
could
you to do
half
that.
the test?
It would just be harder. I don't know if you can pass with a 50%
I thought there were 2
on
parts to
this.
the test.
I think higher means roll 1 Arcana check.
Oh, roll one of them. Yes, you could do one of the 2. I would allow that.
Okay, cool. That sounds perfect. Okay, so I'll cast Alters to look like Jaya.
Okay, you now look like Jaya. Jaya, you stare at a copy of yourself.
Not again.
Oh, it seems your form came with all the arthritis as well. Oh, disappointing.
I'm sorry about that. I really am.
All right. I don't know. I don't want to say like make yourself scarce, but I don't know. You could go wait in the
Just go,
bathroom. If you want to.
after an hour's up, just say that you need another bathroom break.
Yes, good idea. good idea.
I'll meet you in the bathroom, I guess.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, I will head back in. Or
All right, you head back in. The woman looks at him and goes, "Oh, that was pretty fast. Go ahead and take a seat."
Thank you.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Higher, you look up and see Jaya walk back in. You hear your drink now sitting on Jaya's desk go, "Hey man, something's wrong. That is not him."
Wow. Alcohol's perceptive.
Clocks you immediately. You sit down, Jaya, fake Jaya, and look at the test in front of you, and there's a strange, like, sort of vial flask of alcohol in front of you. Higher, it speaks to you again. "Man, your friend got fucking body snatched. Something's wrong."
I like look at it and give it like a thumbs up.
Dude, what? You're okay with this? Your friend's probably fucking dead.
God. I try to like look towards the test proctor, and then back at the alcohol bottle, trying to express that I cannot currently speak.
Oh man, okay, but I think your friend might be dead. I don't know what this is.
And you guys begin. So, at this point, I would like both of you guys to make your first Arcana check.
I do have
so,
one way to,
because
one more way
this.
to cheat.
Oh,
So there are two
Okay,
parts
what
to
do you have in
this
mind?
test. Is the second part of the test like a long answer, like essay question?
where are you going with this?
I cast subtle spell to do sending to red hands to get a general idea of how to answer some of the essay questions, and I could do this twice.
Okay, so you can get red hands to basically answer
Yes,
two of
that
your
would be the
questions.
goal.
All right, so yeah, the second half does have some more free response questions. The first half is mostly multiple choice. So I would say for the second part, using subtle spell, you don't need to use a stealth roll. So when we get to that, I'll let you know what happens then. But for the first half, at least, could you give me your Arcana check? Now, Higher, are you using this bottle of alcohol to basically cheat off of Demos's
so
page?
ideally, right? In the player's head, I am using Deimos as what is potentially the best answer, but then if I really think Deimos is wrong, then I am choosing a different answer that I think is better. So it's almost like I'm using it as if like Deimos is giving me advice on which answer is correct, is what I was trying to do.
Okay. I like this. So I think because of this creative way you've got this bottle of alcohol to cheat for, calling out answers, I would say you don't need to roll any stealth check for this. Instead, what you'll have on this first roll is you'll have advantage, as if Demos is helping you.
No.
So could you guys both give me your first rolls, please?
I did not mean to roll with advantage. Whoopsie. Let me.
Go ahead and just roll it again.
I got a 17.
Higher, what happened? What happened, buddy? It was all the parts of the attempt were there, though.
I didn't make it either.
It is unfortunately a very challenging exam. As you guys both finish after the first part, Higher, you look down and you're like, this could be it, this could not be. I don't know, man. Not feeling great. And Demos, you look down and you're like, shit, this was way harder than you thought. They ask a lot of very specific questions about magic. You were very, very refined in magic, but you just think if maybe you had studied the night before on something like this, you would have been fine. But you know, you feel pretty good nonetheless at how well you did with no
Maybe if we do really well in the next part.
I don't think that's how it works. Because yeah, didn't we like just fail the test, or do we have like, or is it like an average score?
So yeah, I suppose it's sort of like an average, but at this point you would have to be like something excellent on the second half.
Well, Deimos could roll a nat 20, and that would get him to 25.
Unfortunately, Deimos will not be taking the second part of the test.
Hey,
Oh.
Jaya's just as likely to roll a nat 20.
So, Demos, you unfortunately feel the need to pee, aka you feel that your spell is waning and that you might shift back any moment.
I gotta piss.
Yes, of course. This is your last time, though. If you need to pee after this, I'll have to void your test and you'll be done with it.
Okay.
Great.
Walk out. Actually,
Alright.
but before I leave, do you don't have any like sympathies for an old man?
What are you asking for?
I'm just saying, as you get older in age, it feels like, the bladder gets weaker and weaker. You know what I mean?
Not sure what you're saying.
I might require more bathroom breaks than the regular man, the young one.
I think I'm young.
Yes, I understand.
I don't know my
Regular
age.
man.
I could be young.
Yes, I understand, sir, but it's just corporate policy here. Unfortunately, I can't really allow you any more than that. If you really do have a complaint, I can maybe run it up to the higher ups, but for this test at least, I have to void it. We can try it again tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks anyways. I'll head on out.
All right, you head out and find. So, I guess what has Jaya been doing during this time? What do you want to do?
I think Jaya was really just in the bathroom taking a nap.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, man.
He's an old man. What do you expect?
Nothing else. Don't you worry.
Well, okay, no. He'll look around.
All right, you sort of wander about. You can poke your head in a few classes. You see there's a geology class happening right now, study of rocks. Nearby, there's a knitting class that seems to be an upper division knitting class. They're talking about each of the students are doing a thesis on a certain knit that they're working on. What the fuck was that?
I just can't imagine doing a thesis on a specific knit.
So hateful. And you sort of walk around and you see all of this. Is there anything you're looking for specifically, or are you just sort of enjoying the space?
I was gonna go look for Zavrix classroom. Like, did she point to where it was gonna be? Like,
She did not tell you where it was going to be, and no one asked.
okay. Well, I'll just look around and see if I can find them or anything that like mentions Zavrix on those posters that they post around school or like any of the news.
Okay, you wander around a bit. It takes maybe about half an hour to find. There is one flyer up for want to be a student of the planar? Come join Zavrix the Boundless's class on planar magic. And it's got all these sparkles and fey twinkles on the side of the writing. And in small text on the bottom, it says, sign up now. Sign up today. Class is held Tuesdays and Thursdays, except every Thursday of every other month.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, except Thursdays of every other month. What day is it today?
Do you just yell this into the room?
No, I'm asking Mason.
It's a Tuesday.
Okay, so then the next opportunity we'd have. Well, I don't want to kill him.
Possibly
at school.
Thursday. There's a slight chance it's not.
Possibly Thursday. I don't want to fucking assassinate him in front of his students.
Well,
That's
we
kinda
follow
fucked
him
up.
after class or something. The goal is not to kill him
Okay.
immediately. The goal is to figure out where he's going to be when.
Deimos
If
scares me.
Deimos one-shotted him, that'd be great.
Okay, I guess Thursday's gonna be our chance then. Yeah.
It is a
Almost
1 in
month.
8.
Fuck. Can I take the poster with me? Are there
Yes, you
people
could take
around?
the poster with you.
Okay.
You grab it and pull it off and sort of walk off with it.
My meow.
Honestly, the most helpful information we've learned so far.
Yeah, we could have just
Yeah.
done this.
Yeah, probably. All right, so Jaya, eventually Demos finds you in the hallways.
How'd
How'd you do?
didn't I feel like I did great. But I know you have to do better. So you got this.
Okay. Great. Maybe now's the time I should mention that I have never learned a single thing about magics in my life.
It's just go with your gut. I bet it's all very intuitive, I think
Yeah.
maybe if you have any gods, pray to them.
See
Maybe.
every
Yes.
time.
Did you How was your time out here? Did you find anything?
I found this poster. I'll go ahead and go back so it doesn't look like I'm taking too long in the bathrooms. But I shows some information about his schedule, and I think that we could potentially catch him after school. His office hours, if you know what I mean.
Oh, this is very helpful. Wow, Jaya. I guess you're kind of the most productive one here.
Oh, thank you. Are you trying to butter me up?
No, you know, I feel like we've gotten off on the wrong foot a little bit, just a tiny bit, you know, and...
It's not that we got off on the wrong foot, you seem, and I've said it before, you just seem a little suspicious to me sometimes.
And, you know, that's... I don't know if that's warranted, but, you know... We can get over it. We can get over it together, friend. And I place a hand on him, his shoulder.
Oh, yay! I'm gonna head back now. We'll catch up on this later.
Good. I tried to argue for more bathroom breaks. It seemed like she might be a little age phobic. So good luck with that.
I'm not gonna piss myself. I promise.
Oh. If that's the word you want to use. Good. I'm glad it hasn't progressed that far, Jaya.
Oh, young folks, y'all are a little stupid.
Y'all are hoot and holler.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that one. Good luck.
All right, so Jaya, you go in, leaving Hire and Jaya in. So, same as last time. Jaya, just give me a straight roll Arcana, please, and Hire, you have a advantage on this roll thanks to some alcohol giving you sweet nothings.
Does sending to Red Hands gain me anything else, or still just advantage?
Yes. So you want to burn 2 spell slots to send to Red Hands?
I already have advantage. It's fine.
You do have advantage.
I will say, how exactly does seeing Jaya's answers give Hire advantage? It's just an
I know which answers aren't correct.
You think Jaya's answers are bad? Listen, it is D&D rules that if somebody helps you with something, even if they're dog shit at it, you get advantage on it, right?
That's true. That's true. You got me there.
So I find that that's a fair thing to do to go higher here. Now I agree. What does Jaya know about this? I would say nothing. But somehow, even if you know fucking nothing about something, you can still help someone do it.
Maybe the beer is helping.
It's like, yeah, I saw this once before.
I also am probably gonna use my ring of calm emotions for the second part, just for flavor. Mason, I want you to. Yes. I just got a 23.
Yes.
Technically speaking, 17 plus 23 would equal 40. Now, just pointing that out.
Whoa.
Oh,
40?
Well, because you said
40 here.
17. He's saying they average out.
To a DC 20 on both parts, is what I'm saying.
Okay, hold on, slow down. So Jaya got a 6 on this roll, yeah?
Yep.
And Hire, you got a 23. Now, Hire, that does average to a DC 20. So, the tests are finished. You submit it, Hire, feeling confident that you know the answers pretty well, that Jaya somehow helped you with getting a 6, so you probably knew what most of the wrong answers were. And you submit it. The woman at the front gives you guys both a smile and goes, okay, I'm just going to have the test grader look over this real quick. Hold on. Please come back to my office. She leads you guys out of the room back to the main office room, and stopping there, she enters a back room where you hear sort of a squawk of something go, give me the test. Quiet for a moment. This one's a pass. That one's a fail. She walks back out, closes the door, and after about 5 minutes, 5 seconds of talking with whatever it was back there, she goes, okay, we got the answers from the test, the scorer back there. Looks like Hire, Valea, congratulations, you passed the test. You can now enter planar magic. Jaya, Ironwood, unfortunately, you had a strong start, but it looks like in the second half something might have happened. I'm sorry about those bathroom breaks. Again, maybe we can get in contact with someone. Maybe you needed to pee that whole time, but I can't allow you entry into the planar magic class.
All good. It just means I need to keep studying, and I will make my mama proud.
Of course you will.
You'll see me in another month.
I'm real proud of you. All right. So, feel free to attend Zavrix's lecture if you'd like. I think there's one this afternoon, Mr. Valea. I believe your friend Mose, is already there.
Yes, I'll join him. Thank you so much for all of this. May I have your name before I part?
Oh yeah. My name is
Thank you for all you've
Roz.
done, Roz. Jaya, I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so sorry. And then I go to class, I guess.
Okay, you pass through. 5 hours have passed. This is a decently long time. Back at the inn. Orpheus, you just got word from Dulam that you need to go upstairs. Dulam, you're headed up too, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The two of you arrive at Samir's room. The door is slightly cracked, and you hear a whirring sound inside.
I let Dulam lead the way.
I'll knock on the ajar door.
What are you? What? It's open.
Brap, brap, brap. Come in.
Hello, Samir.
Oh, hello, you guys.
Come on in. Orpheus, is that you?
Yes, hi.
I'm surprised you knocked, haha.
Oh, Dulam knocked.
Oh, I see. That's all right.
Okay.
So, would you like to make those magic things we were talking about? I know that at least in terms of the fire repellent goop, we could make that today, and if you'd like, we can work on other magic items as well.
That's the only one I had in mind, but I don't know. We're going to kill Zavrix soon. Jaya wanted some feet of spider stepping, I believe they were called. Slippers of spider climbing.
Slippers
I
of
suppose.
spider climbing, is that right?
Yes, I don't know how hard that would be or if we have the funds for it right now, because I know I already owe you quite a bit of gold, and I know Jaya's broke. Broke as a broke thing.
Broke as a broke thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'd be happy to make it with you, Orpheus. I think it could be a fun challenge of ours to try out, see if we can craft it, hee.
Hee hee.
Are you upset about something?
No, I'm not upset. I'm just uncomfortable, but I'm not that uncomfortable, and it doesn't. Let's craft the fire stuff first. Is there anything else we can think of that would really benefit us against Zavrix?
Samir sort of holds his hand up, and he goes, well, he's a wizard of the plains, but unfortunately, he's really only as powerful as that large mirror he has. Besides that, he mostly relies on gimmicks and the few magic items he has. I don't exactly know what most of them do, but I know he can teleport, and I think he can use that pretty well. So, mobility would be good. Ways to get to him quickly. If he teleports, say, 100 feet away and then blasts us with something from far away, it would be dooms for us. I was hoping that we could perhaps trap him in a small room to avoid this problem, but if, say, perhaps we met him on an open field, it would be good to have some way to get to him quickly.
Is there any sort of charm that prevents teleportation or can planarly bind someone?
Yes, there is, actually, but it might be a bit expensive to make.
How much does it cost?
Let me see here. He sort of looks over to his supplies and sort of counts some stuff out in his head. Well, there is planar binding items, and they're definitely not cheap. I think there is a pretty likely chance that he sort of walks over his blueprints and sort of goes through them. Let's see if it is about. Yes, I'd say to craft an item that binds someone planarly, it would be at minimum 1,000 gold pieces.
Ooh, okay, that is a lot.
Yes, we are not very well off financially right now, Orpheus. I don't know if we can make anything new for Zavrix. Instead, we should just plan our location carefully. We have the upper hand. He doesn't know that we're coming.
That's true. I think the others are scoping out where he is from time to time. I guess what really matters is... Are you mad at me?
Mad at you, Orpheus?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say particularly, no.
Particularly. Okay, that's a confusing answer.
I'm not upset with you, Orpheus. Is
Okay.
there something that you're upset with me about?
No, I'm not upset with you.
So what is the problem?
I guess none. I sort of thought you were mad at me. But if you're not, then there is no problem.
I'm not mad at you, Orpheus.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I tried my best at a neutral smile.
Right. I know we had a tough conversation last night, Orpheus, but that's not something that I would be upset at you about. In fact, it would be a waste of both of our times to dwell on it.
But... Okay.
Don't you agree?
Maybe I'm a person who dwells on things too much. Or
Oh.
you think you also dwell on things maybe less than you should sometimes, but I don't know. I'm human. I can't just forget things, you know?
Of course, you're human. You don't have to forget things. But do you want to play a back and forth game for a week of you being upset or me being upset?
No.
We talked about feelings, and it happened, and now we're better for it. Come now, can't we get back to things like how they were before? Fun and enjoyable, challenging. He points to the big room around him. Exciting.
I like challenging, fun, enjoyable, and exciting things. Okay, yeah, sorry. Let's get to work. So we need a room to get Zavrix in. We have no way to bind him in there, but maybe something to speed us up. So should we try to maybe make something... Who do we think is the best grappler of the group? Would it be Malagus, maybe?
I suppose so, though maybe Abel could be, though I don't know him that well.
Oh, maybe Abel, yeah. Do you think there is something we could make for... Because Zavrix can't teleport if Abel's holding on to him, right? Or he would bring Abel with him?
I don't know how it works exactly. Perhaps I could help you think about it? Roll an Arcana check.
Yippee!
Not my best roll. 24. Oh, okay, it was pretty good in the end.
Pretty good in the end.
It was pretty good in the end.
You think about it really hard, Orpheus. You think the way teleport normally works is that you can normally only teleport willing creatures places.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are rolls that you can technically teleport someone against their will, but they make a saving throw against it.
Okay. And I have no idea about teleporting when someone's grappling you.
So it is just a verbal spell, so you could get out of a grapple.
Okay, you can teleport free from someone's hands. I see.
Yeah.
I guess we just need to find a way to speed us all up then. Samir, do you know how to make spell scrolls?
Yes, but it is also quite financially, expensive.
Shit. Dulam, do you have any ideas?
I do like Samir's idea of trapping him in a room.
I agree with that. I was just thinking about in case he slips out. What if we built like a sort of lock that we could slap on any door to keep it shut? Is that something we could do?
I think Demos said he had an arcane lock spell. He could use that.
Do we know how long that takes to cast?
I don't know. We could ask him when he gets back, though.
Okay, I guess for now, let's just focus on that fireproof cream.
Yes, I think that could work quite nicely. Let's spend today working on it. What do you think, Orpheus?
Let's.
And with that, you guys spend the afternoon working on this. So you've already have all the materials paid for, Orpheus, and I won't make you roll for it. You just spend the afternoon doing this. While you're doing it, I suppose, Dulam, what would you like to be doing this time?
After, the first 5 minutes, and I see that Oro and Samir are at least kind of getting along, I would go back to Abel.
All right, you head back to Abel in the room beneath your own. Abel has a pretty efficient-looking system already set up using what looks like glasses set on the floor. Returning, you see he's got what looks like 18 glasses that he must have lifted from the tavern below, all set up with different amounts of water in each one. Holding out 2 metal forks, he smacks each one and a note rings out, and he sort of hums along with it. He sees you walk in and stands up from his seated position and goes, "Excellent, Dulam, what do you think? Would you like to have at this? You'll be much better than these damn tuning rods that I'm working with."
Sure. At first I thought you were very thirsty.
Oh, not at all, my friend. No, instead I'm trying to create notes. You see, I don't actually have an instrument yet. In fact, I have no money to my name, and, I don't even have a weapon. I would very much like to get my hands on a sword one of these days, and perhaps a lute, or a lyre, or something of that fine variety. In the meantime, this is all I have to work with, but according to your perfect pitch that we learned from the other day, perhaps you could be a much better instrument than these damn glasses. So, and he gives you a sharp smile as he rubs his hands together. Let's make some music, shall we?
Yes, let's.
All right, and Dulam, you and Abel, with the help of Abel, basically, work out this song that you were trying to figure out the other day. Now you have much longer time than before to do it, so you get to sort of talk as you go, discussing the themes of the song and the different notes in comparison. You yourself, having spent a bit of time making music yourself, you sort of pick up on a few of these things, and you notice Abel teaches you a few of the common vernacular words where he can, stuff that you probably picked up in your time and memory banks of Mechanist, but it's nice to have a reminder to them as well. If you speak for some time, and eventually Abel ends up just helping you, I would like from you a performance check.
Sweet.
With this roll, you may have advantage as Abel assists you. And this is over the course of about 5 or so hours that you work with him on this. What you're effectively trying to write is a bit of a symphony, a long piece, 20 minutes long, perhaps more, with themes and sweeping bits, all from what little memory you had of Demos explaining it and the fractured, bent-up measures that you heard from the piccolo player who was singing them to himself.
Sick, I got 18 plus 4, 22.
All right, that is a good roll. So, the two of you sit down, and it's actually quite enjoyable. Duelam, you have a sort of music partner for the afternoon. Every once in a while, Abel will be like, yes, that arpeggio sounds quite nice. Perhaps it should maybe have one over here as well, as you guys sort of map it out. You notice he eventually starts writing out the music on these long bars that he seems to have produced using a pen, an inkwell, and some parchment. He shows you what each measure looks like, and you pick it up pretty quick, the language of music, something you sort of already knew. You guys work on it together, and after about 5 hours, you have a piece. The two of you look at each other, and Abel gives you a sharp smile as he goes, yes, this seems quite nice. In fact, it has quite a melody to it. Would you play it for me one time?
Of course.
You can kind of open your mouth and play out this sonnet. It's a slow piece, very dirgeful, similar to how Demos described it, and played pretty much only by one instrument, the piccolo. It has some accompaniment parts in the background that Abel sort of hums along to, but for the most part, it's sort of a solo that you sing, Duelam. And it sounds quite nice, a bit sad, and every once in a while you see Abel sort of wipe away his eyes as he... Yes, that's quite beautiful. Oh, music is so moving, isn't it, Duelam? You are such a wonderful machine, a creature of music. Gosh, I wish I could have been born into a body as beautiful as yours.
Do you think one day if we got instruments, you could teach me how?
Yes, of course, my friend. In fact, it seems you're already picked up quite a bit. Look at how well you've done. And he shows off. You guys have made quite a bit of parchment usages during this time. You've filled up pages upon pages with these bars of music. He gestures to them now and goes, look at all this work you've done. You should hold on to this and be proud of it. You've done quite an exceptional job. In fact, I felt like I was just helping you.
Thank you.
But yes, of course, I'd love to teach you a thing or two. In fact, the first thing I'd like to do with some money once we kill that bloke or whatever is purchase an instrument. I'll get a second one for you, my friend. And he gives you a smile.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Yes, of course. It is also about this time, Orpheus, that you finish making this fireproof gel.
Yes!
Samir helps you with it, and as usual when working with Samir, he's quite quiet during the entirety of it. Every once in a while it sort of puts you on edge that perhaps he's upset at you for something, but then he'll say something very innocuous like, oh, would you mind passing me the petroleum over? I would like to put some in here. Thank you.
Orpheus always obliges like a little too fast. Like, yes, here's the petroleum. Yep, done. Got it.
Oh, thank you, and you should start boiling that flask now. It needed an hour.
On it. You're good at this.
Not nearly as good as you are, Orpheus. I just have had some practice.
You've had a lot of practice. How'd you get into all this?
My father.
Your father was an artificer too?
Yes, he was. He was
You
the
two are
best
close,
I've ever known.
huh? Oh, wow.
Well, it's just, Barbok was a master of his craft. The best in all of the city of Brast, I would say.
Oh, wow.
But perhaps that is just what I was taught, haha.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you were the best in all Circad, right? And so if you trained under him, I bet he's probably pretty good too.
Oh, that is too kind, Orpheus. You don't have to say such nice things, haha.
Well, I mean, it's literally the truth. Everyone went to your store. Jackknife told us, like, first thing, she was like, yes, Samir, the genius kid, you should go visit him.
To be fair, I was also the only store for such things.
So, if you weren't doing a good job, someone else would have opened one, huh?
I suppose so. I'm glad you think so, Orpheus. I feel good about that. Thank you. He gives you a neutral smile. You know, it is always something I've wanted to learn more about. I suppose a small part of me always thought that this would be my craft, my trade forever. And I still do, but I am enjoying adventuring, guys.
Well, you know, I have a feeling you can adventure while being an artificer. It's sort of what I'm trying to do.
I suppose so. I like that idea, Orpheus.
Samir, your father's name is Bardabok Ardalis, right?
That's right.
I think I know someone else who knows him.
Is that so?
Zavrix's cat, Saffron. We've told you about her, right? She's the tabaxi in the Feywild.
Cat. Yes, I think you have, yeah.
Yes, so when we spoke to her, she said 2 people summoned her. Zavrix and Bardabok Ardalis.
Oh, I didn't know that they were the same.
What do you mean they were the same?
Well, I guess my father did have a cat familiar. They were close, I thought.
So, I'm thinking when we kill Zavrix, maybe Saffron can help you find a way back to your dad?
I would like that, yes. That would actually be... And then he sort of stops and goes, oh, I see. I guess that would mean I would be home, huh?
Well, you wanted to visit your home, right?
Yes, I did. But I know how when we arrived to the Waterdeep, Vinny and Father Luces, they were not spoken with anymore.
Well, you wouldn't have to stay there. If Vinny wanted to keep traveling with us, he could. Probably not Father Luces, but he's a different situation, obviously.
I would like to. Well, I would like to continue traveling with you all. I want to visit my home, yes. I thought that would happen far in the future, though. I didn't know it would be something so close to us now. I mean, to do it all through Pumpkin, the cat? That is unbelievable.
It's funny that you know her as Pumpkin also.
Yes, that is what Father called her.
Oh wait, no, Zavrix had a different name for her, didn't he? I don't remember.
I didn't know familiars were shared like that. Well, I would love it if you all came to visit the City of Brass. It is a wonderful place, and I actually bet a lot of good could be done there. I know that you all have your goals yourselves, but the City of Brass is a great, beautiful city, and I know Waterdeep has had its splendors as well, but if we ever went there, I would love to help in any way I can, and I'm sure my father would as well, and, I don't know.
So you two are on good terms?
Yes, I think so.
Good. Yeah, I want to go. You make it sound really amazing. I mean, the fact that there's a genie who grants people's wishes is pretty
Yes.
cool.
I mean, it is literally the city where wishes come true. That is what people call it.
Wow.
So I imagine that maybe you guys could all get something out of that. I don't know if it would truly be a wish from the great Jinn, but could be worth a
I
try.
mean, just to see it would probably be pretty amazing. I bet the architecture is insane there. All wish made. And the heat, probably unique. Yeah.
He gives a neutral smile, but you can tell it edges on excitement as he goes, "It is so splendorous. I can't wait to show you."
Cool. Is there anything you need help building?
No, actually, I've been working on the side project. He gestures around the very busy room of making another homunculus. It is a several-day project, though, and I don't actually need much help with it. I know this sounds selfish, but I actually like doing it myself. It makes them feel a bit more personal.
You don't want me to look at it? Because the last few times you've been building something and I took a look at it, I was able to help you make it even better. And it'd still be yours. I won't touch it. I'll just tell you what you can do different.
He squints his eyes and then smiles and goes, "All right, Orpheus, that sounds good."
Yes!
All right. Okay, as always, can I try to roll a check to one-up him?
All right, you can. Now, again, this is a several-day project, so you guys are actually done for the day on this, but next time I'll have you help.
Okay.
So, with that, the schooling is done. Those of you who finished your testing on the other side of the city have finished. Duelam and Abel, you have made a song, and Duelam, you're quite proud of it. This is yet another one of those moments that you feel an emotion bubble up inside of you that you're not used to. Not one of negativity or fear or hate or anything like that, but pride. Pride in work that you've done. Almost a bit of, like, pompousness in it. You like it. You kind of want to show it off to other people, and you want to see people's reaction to it because you're excited about it.
Oh god, you're becoming a musician.
Hard.
And it's in your head permanently, so you'll never forget it either. And it's sort of the thing that gets you excited for the future. This one you did sort of based off of someone else's work, but next one maybe you'll make yourself, and it might even be even better. And with that, across the pond then, Demos and Higher, you guys have a class to attend if you would like.
Guys.
Yeah. Oh.
I feel like if he sees me, he's not going to be happy. Or maybe we do want him to know. I don't know. We could always act like we do genuinely want to learn from him. Ooh, we could also act like we didn't even know he would be the teacher. No. Do you think Zavrix thinks we're that stupid?
Maybe. God, where did Jaya go? Did Jaya just sulk off?
Yeah, Jaya, where do you think you're headed then?
We could put Jaya in the bag of holding.
Oops. I think I would stand outside the classroom, kind of like I'm waiting for my children to get released from school.
Nice.
All right, you kind of
Alright.
hang out then. I like it.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, if you wanted, like, I could go in by myself, you know, and just like alter my form, you know, if we really didn't want him to know.
I mean, to be honest, I was kind of looking forward to being classmates in a way. Look, my worry is that Zavrix will find a way to get us expelled from the class if he thinks foul intent of us. Perhaps there is some way we can ensure that, you know, we get to be in the class and aren't instantly expelled, or convince Zavrix that we don't hate him. That's our two options as I see it, if we don't disguise ourselves. Or we could always act like, you know, like, I hate you, Zavrix, but I really need this whole planar travel thing. Please give me an A sort of vibe.
I'm not sure. I feel like we could always just not go to class and just like wait for him, I guess, you know, follow him around.
Well, I feel the best way to follow him around is to have him within our sights in the first place.
Okay.
Well,
God,
I've got
I
you
don't-
in my sights.
I don't
Sorry.
think Zavrix will attack us personally in this class. And sure, we're giving away our location, but I believe he knew us to be in Waterdeep regardless, and he comes here anyway. Maybe it's best, you know, he's so unpredictable. Maybe we just go in without a plan, see what happens.
I
The best plan is no plan.
Well, I've listed off maybe like 6 plans now, and then maybe we just decide which one in the moment.
how about we go in, I don't even know, like, what we go in, maybe false pretenses, right? Like, oh, like, we were looking for you, but it's because, like, we need your help or something. Like, I don't know.
We have
like,
to
you know?
ask something of him that only he would have access to. Like, we need him.
Oh, let's say we need his mirror, you know, and pretend like we don't know that he doesn't have it anymore.
I think that's the best plan so far.
Okay, cool. Let's say one of Orpheus's friends is stuck in another plane or something like that.
I don't
you know?
even feel we need to lie, because he could see through us. Maybe we try to stick to the truth in as most we can. Makes you feel better.
Well, sure. I mean, but what do we say when he says, "Why do you need
No,
me?"
you're right. Okay, Orpheus's friend is trapped. Which one?
Oral phase.
Orpheus.
We could just make one up. You know, he has so many. They're everywhere. They're just dropping out of the
Each
sky.
one a bigger bastard than the last. What if we say we need to use it to instantly go to our planes?
Yeah, like we left the party behind. You know, we split the party, and now we're
feels
doing
like
it
an extra
ourselves.
layer
and we
of
just wanna go back?
deviousness, but I believe we can compromise on this.
I like it. Let's do it. Gosh, I have to prep myself before he says, "Can I have a word?" Or
If you
something
don't
stupid
answer,
like that.
or you
Fucking
say
hate that
no,
guy.
is what I've learned.
No, Professor. Bitch. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, are you scared? I'm so scared to see him again.
No, I mean, apparently he's weak now. So, but don't think of him as weak, or maybe he'll
He seems
be
like
onto
the
us.
type
So
to feign
be
weakness.
scared.
And honestly,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of that smile.
Oh, yeah.
Higher, you got this. You know, you're so much more stronger than he is.
I hear Jaya's voice in my head reassured me. Are you with us?
Oh, was there.
Yeah, I
my
assume
bad,
we're
my
with
bad,
Jai
my
right
bad.
now outside the class.
Yeah, you guys are really well together. Okay, so the plan then is you guys are just gonna go in like it's a normal class.
Yes.
Yes. And then if he talks to us, and then if he doesn't, either way, we're gonna go talk to him, and then we're gonna tell him our plight.
Gonna talk to him and tell him. Yeah, no,
I feel really good about our plan.
Don't say it like that.
Okay, so Jaya, you exit the academic ward. Then, do you want to head back to the inn?
Yeah.
All right, you do so, leaving then only Hire and Demos alone, just the two of them, to face Zavrix the Boundless.
Maybe we need an escape plan.
You both make your way across. I didn't mention it earlier, but both of your admissions into this class, you were both given a small pamphlet with general scheduling and rules. The woman, the receptionist, sort of explained, so the class is actually in session right now, so you guys have probably missed like 8 or 9 classes, but just feel free to attend as many as you want for the rest of this current quarter, and then you can start next quarter afresh. So, just please feel free to take it at your own time. And you guys were given a pamphlet at the location to go to, as well as some classwork and exam scheduling, and all this an academic might need. Making your way across the academic ward, then, you all head, the two of you, I suppose, alone, head to one specific lecture hall. On the walk, before you make your way into the room, would you like to do anything?
God, do we have anything on us that would be, like, bad to lose?
I mean, the bag of holding.
I think we're fine.
But we can put all items in there. Do you feel I should de-armor for this?
Yeah, actually, that might be a good idea. So he knows we're not here for a fight.
Can you help so it takes maybe half his time?
Yes,
I believe it takes a
I can
while.
help.
Okay, that's all I want to do.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to cast Find Familiar.
Ooh! Wow, big one. All right, what would you like to summon, Demo?
So for this one, I feel like I need flight. So I'll just go with the classic owl.
You're spawning an animal
Okay,
in the
so
classroom.
you summon an owl. What
No,
is this? This is a big one, Demos. What is the name of your familiar for the rest of the campaign? You're probably gonna need a name.
Fuck. I'm going to say Murdoch. Thank you.
Murdoch.
Excellent.
Excellent fucking name. All right.
All right. And I'll have it wait outside of the class.
Murdoch coos at you politely and waits patiently
Wizards are
outside.
sick.
Nice.
All right, so you guys would be arriving, just because you had to spend some time talking with Jai about the plan, let me look at my chart here, 18 minutes late to this class. So it's currently in session, you imagine, behind these closed double doors into a lecture hall. So do you guys want to just walk right in?
Quiet
Yes.
about it.
Quiet.
Really? Okay.
Stealth check.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We can walk right in. I just don't want to interrupt the class, I guess. D&D, I bust the door down. I kick the door down? Is that the D&D?
I kick.
I kick the door open.
All right, before we have you guys enter the room, back at the home front at the inn, what would you guys like to do for the rest of the day? So I suppose they're going to be in this class for about an hour or two, depending on how long it is. And you guys still get a bit of time in the afternoon to do whatever you'd like. Do you guys have any more plans for the day? Or are you simply waiting on seeing what happens? Jaya, you would arrive back around this time to find Orpheus and Dulam.
We have infiltrated.
You infiltrated?
Yeah. We
I
have
offer you
infiltrated.
actually, it's not an offer. I run up and chest bump you, like jumping in the air. Fuck yeah, Jaya!
Lightly bumps back.
Yeah,
I
like
fall.
the old days.
Fuck yeah! Okay,
I
what's
did
their
not
next-
pass the test. They did. They are now students.
What test?
We tried to enroll in the school so that we could go to his lecture.
They wouldn't tell you where his lectures were or his office without enrolling in the class?
Well, but certainly you guys
Yeah,
asked,
they didn't.
right?
They didn't really know.
You asked to know where his office was. Because remember, we didn't have to enroll in Dr. Him's class to learn where he stayed.
Okay, but you know now. Wait, so where are Hired and Deimos?
He's sitting in his class.
Wait, they're doing what?
Wait, where were you guys for the last 5 hours? Couldn't you have just, like, gone door to door?
Wait, I thought our only advantage was the element that he didn't know we were coming for him. Are they confronting him on their own?
Maybe.
What? Do they have, like, a really good plan for what they're going to do to him in this class?
I have faith in them.
Okay. So, okay.
I think they'll do just fine.
Well,
Am I hearing Deimos and I should not go in?
Well, I don't think you're hearing
Hire's
anything.
not hearing
I don't think I
anything.
was.
I can't tell if Maisie's talking to me or if I'm talking to Jaya.
A little bit of both are confused at your plan, but fly high, blue kobold.
Yeah. So, Samir
You
is
guys
also
are just on a
rejoined.
roll.
I just feel like your
Stop
goal
it.
really got away from you.
Yeah.
I like it. I like that there was a moment there where you went through all the harrowing parts of the test and you were still going to send in Deimos alone.
5-hour exam that halfway through Jaya figured out the information and then walked back in and finished these.
I like to think Jaya's dementia kicked in and I was like, did I do all this? Wow, I was smart for this first part.
You can't just give it up. You know, he has to keep going.
Of course.
It's just like if he stops and it kind of looks weird, and he's not a pussy.
So anyway, Jaya, is there any way you can think of that we can prepare for this fight against Zavrix? Samir and I made this fire goo that I smeared all over my bag, so it's not a hazard anymore.
Well, I mean, is he really that strong anymore?
I don't know. I always assumed he could kill us really easily, but it sounds like everyone else doesn't think he's so scary. I'm a bit scared of magic users in general.
I mean, it's better to be overprepared than underprepared.
I couldn't agree more.
I like your goo. It's some pretty good goo.
Thanks. Do you want to smell it? It smells sort of like moss and Vaseline.
Could you use this with your little greasy spell? You know, the one that you hit me with?
Sorry about that.
It's all good. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I sort of like for a second it looks like I'm gonna hug you, and then I just sort of squeeze your upper arm. Thanks.
You gotta work on your social skills a bit.
What does that mean? I'm great at talking to people. I talk to you guys all the time, and I talk to Samir, and you all really seem to enjoy talking to me. Even Jackknife liked talking to me after a while.
Oh no, you're good to talk to sometimes.
Yes.
Well, no, you're good to talk to. Period.
Yes.
Uh,
Okay, wait, so you had me going for a second with the sometimes.
Sometimes your mannerisms are just a little funky, you know?
Like, which ones are the
I
problems
think-
specifically?
I think it's just because, you know, you haven't been in a human body for so long.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you move your arms in a certain way and it makes me think that you have some anxiety.
I don't feel anxiety. I'm the bravest soldier Ulysses ever had. Ask Abel.
Damn right you are.
Damn right I am.
Is Abel in the room?
Yes, Abel is here, like, very excitedly standing behind Dulam and sort of shoving Dulam toward you, like, all right, why don't you go ahead and show him? I know you want to. Talking to Dulam.
Listen to what we made. Start time.
Damn! I want to pick you up, spin you around, like, fast enough that your legs start to kick out, and then throw you into Jaya. Like, into his arms.
Ah!
That was spectacular! Auditorily spectacular! Audacular! That was amazing!
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without Abel.
Good work, Abel.
Nonsense. Of course it was all Dulam. Look at this professional robot. This auto-gnome was able to craft an entire symphony practically by himself. I was able to help where I could, of course, but my goodness, what a potent, confident machine you are. Such an excellent song, too.
He's a very good musician. It's a very good musician.
Dulam, I think there's something you and I have quite a bit of getting along over. In fact, I'd love to chat more about this. We were just saying that the first thing we're going to get once we acquire some funds after killing that Zavrix below is buying an instrument for me and Dulam.
Great.
Well, I mean, it's alright if you don't like it. I know you weren't ever a fan of music or Orpheus, but Dulam here is, so I imagine you'd be supportive of your dearest friend.
Of course, I'm proud that Dulam's pursuing its passion. And I'm happy for you to play music as well, Abel. You're very good at it.
He gives like a cheesy smile and goes, well, of course I'm good at it. I'm the best at it. Now, I do think we could perhaps talk to Demos about this song of ours and see if it's just right, because Demos, having had a memory of it, could tell us if perhaps there was even a little bit wrong. But honestly, it already sounds excellent the way it is, and a great song. You could probably make money off of that, Dulam, if you really chose.
I will say, you might be a bit careful performing it, since it did seem to cast a spell on Piccolo.
Well, we've played it a few dozen times already this afternoon. Nothing's happened yet.
Okay.
The song is very good, Dulam. I'm on some job writing it. That's one of the more creative things I've ever seen an Autumn do. You're really doing an amazing job.
Thanks, Samir.
Of course. And just from what you were saying, Sergeant, should we all go over to the academic ward and perhaps play defense for hire and Demos? I'm worried they're a bit over their heads on this. If Zavrix notices them in the classroom and decides to get violent, would they be able to defend themselves?
No, and that's kind of why I came over to get you guys. Hello?
On it!
Hello?
Hello!
Alright, let's get
just
to it.
snaps to attention. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. The lecture hall. Higher, Demos. You push open the old wooden doors. It's cold inside, much colder than the outside hallway. Pushing open the doors, they squeak as they open, announcing your presence, absolutely forbidding any students to sneak in late without being noticed by everyone in the room. As you guys enter, you see the ceiling rises high above you in a dome of what looks like black steel beams and dark oak. Inside, rows of stone benches descend toward a sort of flickering chandelier, hovering, sort of bouncing back and forth with no chain above a long half-circle table that looks to have a number of strange arcane devices on top of them, pulsing with planar magic. In front of this table is, or rather behind it, is a giant slab of obsidian with a small floating piece of chalk drawing on it, writing out great diagrams and showing what looks like a massive tree drawing upwards. There are a number of people here. It's actually a rather large lecture hall. You count 20, 30, but you'd guess somewhere in the realm of 35 students in total in the room. And at the base of the hall, pacing back and forth in sort of a zigzag pattern, you spot Zavrix, the Boundless. He's got that massive feathered hat, which seems to almost shift colors in the dull, flickering light of the chandelier above him. His robes sparkle with a bright sort of orangish yellow hue, and he sort of hops from foot to foot as the chalk scribbles behind him. As you guys push in, being a bit latecomers, and the doors creak open, you see you sort of interrupt the storm of Zavrix's voice already in mid-lecture. He stops, and you see his eyes turn up toward the two of you, and a huge grin creep across his face, smile creeping closer and closer to the tip of his ear. It disappears in a moment, and he continues speaking as if nothing happens. Imagine a root system, right? But it's not a tree, no, it's a writhing cosmic beast! 12-eyed, 7-tongued, and it licks its own tail. That's the world tree theory. All planes, all of them are merely leaves, or possibly roots. He claps his hand and the board bursts into a rotating image as you see it spin slowly to the other side of the obsidian block. On the other side seems to be a very large, elongated trunk with different portions labeled. He continues, "The edge of the ethereal phrase, yes, always fraying like the throat of something whispering through a door that doesn't exist." Then he mutters something in a deep, distant voice. A language. He speaks primordial for a moment. then stops. If you press your ear to the border, you can hear it breathing. The chalk floats beside him and scribbles swirls on the black obsidian slab. Diagrams begin overlapping one another. You seem, all the students in the room seem to be hard at work, writing down everything they see, almost dedicated to this. They all wear black robes and short black hats, similar to those that you saw walking around Circad.
Yeah, can I get my notebook out?
Sure. The two of you sort of slip into a stone seat and sit down. You notice his eyes flick towards you once again, and his posture tightens for but a moment. His pace grows faster, and his words sort of get a bit more fractured as he speaks out again.
Now then, as I was saying, the ethereal plane is the closest plane to the material plane, so it's the kind of place that you can get to with just a snap of a finger.
He snaps his finger, and a spark of magic shoots up into the air. Almost no one raises their eyes. A few people sort of look up aimlessly, but most seem to be hard at work, writing down as much as they can in their notebooks.
Now then, as I was saying before, homework for this class is simple. Go to another plane and return alive. Tell me what you think of it. And if you end up meeting anyone from there, do tell me what they looked like and smelled like, please. Thank you very much. And as usual, please study the world tree a bit more thoroughly. I noticed every time I come here, more people keep talking about this damn wheel. There's no wheel. There's only the tree, all right? Don't get it all in your head that there's some wheel. It's this damn tree.
He punches the tree again, and the giant obsidian slab begins spinning once again. You notice students around you speed up their writing, desperately trying to write down everything they can on the blackboard before it spins to the other side, showing once again the sort of zoomed out version of a tree and several diagrams. What looks like magic circles, teleportation circles lined up over each other. He looks around the room and then claps.
Anyway, lecture over. That's planar drift, class. Remember, if you fall out of time, just swim with it, not against it.
You sort of look at the time. There's a large clock in the room, and he is running way ahead of time. He's finished. If this is the end of class, he's at least an hour early.
Oh, fuck.
Then he says, class dismiss. Do not linger. If you do, I will take you.
What the fuck?
Oh, man.
Can I gauge the reactions of the fellow students for that?
You look around. All of the students here have a very grim expression on their face. It's the kind of expression of those people who got the really fucking crazy teacher, but they know they have to get through it to graduate. These are people who are no nonsense. You see no joy in this room, no laughter. Instead, they are serious about what they do. You notice none of the students hesitate as he says this. They scatter, standing up and making their way toward the exit quickly. He then laughs once, sort of short and hoarse. Then he begins tugging at the sleeve of his robe.
This guy would be
watching
my
everyone
favorite
leave.
teacher.
Okay, I will now subtle spell
What?
Demos sending, or no, sorry, message, my bad. And I will say, it seems we have lost our advantage of hiding within plain sight of other students who he can't kill. Should we run?
No, I think we got this. I think we got this. Have confidence, small friend.
Higher does not cast sending again, but he looks at you in a way that says, somehow I don't feel like the party supports our mission right now.
I'll give him
So what does that look like?
A lot of like fear and like no confidence. Maybe like some trembling a little bit.
And so as the students clear out of the room quickly, you notice Zavrix clap his hands at the front of the class. Clap! And the chalk falls to the ground, smacking to the ground hard, and all the runes and teleportation circle magic on the DOS board collapse into chalk dust, falling down, leaving the whiteboard empty. The students scatter even quicker now, exiting the room quickly while the two of you talk.
Professor, may we have a word real quick?
The last student of the 35 or so makes their way out of the room, and not a second before they do, you watch Zavrix disappear and then reappear.
We should have
One
run.
blink, and he's across the room. No transition, no sound. He appears, his face inches away from Hires, staring at you.
Higher definitely falls down.
Demos steps in between Higher and
You sort of
Zavrix.
poke in. Zavrix's eyes are still piercing through your body, Demo, staring at where Higher is on the floor. He's going very low.
You were not here at the beginning.
We need your mirror.
You were late. Because time doesn't love you, does it?
Time is harsh on us all.
His eyes flick up to you, Demos.
Did you arrive late, or did you arrive twice?
He then starts circling around you, crawling up the side of the stone desk, the lecture hall. His fingers are twitching around him, and you see something for a moment twitch around his head. It looks arcane in nature, some sort of spell, a ward, but it disappears.
Look, Zavrix, we would appear as many times as we need to, okay? We just... And Demos would clench his teeth. We just need some assistance from someone as powerful as you. We can pay. We're not here empty-handed.
He sort of hops around you, circling, and he speaks off to the side of you.
Or maybe they sent you, huh? You talk to them, don't you?
Who's they?
The woman at the front of the office, the admissions lady. She said this is where your class would be.
He hops to the side of you, then jumps 10 feet, almost like a leap in front of you, then begins circling back around to behind you again, sort of hopping back and forth to the side, not standing still for a moment. Behind you, you hear a quiet voice, Demos.
I think I should erase you. But I won't.
He takes a slow breath and stops for the first time since you've seen him.
I will just watch.
And he smiles, that big, too big smile, and begins circling around in front of you again.
I don't think you need my help at all. I think what you need is somebody to take advantage of. I know you. I know you all. I remember you from Circad, and I don't know how you left. But that's fine. That's fine. There's only one other way out of Circad, and that's through the Lady of Pain. So you've allied yourself with her then, Doesn't take a smart man to intuit that, does it? And
No.
weird, my shop was just raided.
Our
Picked
source
clean.
is that one guy, that really shady guy in town. You know that guy?
There's
guy
many
who
shady
sells the
guys in
maps.
town. His fingers kind of twitch, and you see his pupils narrow for a moment as he stares at you.
I feel like you'd be more convincing if you remembered his name.
Now then, if you've allied yourself with the Lady of Pain, then you're no friends of mine, and I will do no favors for you. Why are you here?
Look, Zavrix.
Deimos might be here to ask for the mirror. I am here to demand it.
From like sort of laying out on the ground, I an intention.
My best stat.
Maybe this wasn't the best plan.
Shit. 10?
A 10.
Yeah, man. Unless my buddy Deimos wants to help.
We did not come in here to
you're
intimidate him.
You're right. You're
After
doing
a 10, he sort of chuckles.
Higher. Demos too, right?
And he stops in front of you guys, circled once more, and sort of hops up on one of the desks, crouching low. About eye level with you, Demos, but a bit higher up because he's sitting on this thing. He speaks quietly again and goes,
If you came here for the mirror, you won't get it. It's mine. I own it. In fact, you'll have to kill me for it. And if that's your intention, then good luck. I always know where you are. You know that? Now then.
I believe it's
Before-
Zavrix.
Of course. And now before I leave you here, just be honest with me, alright? Could you do that?
No. Deimos, do not answer yes.
Demos, I need you to be clear with me. You came to my class. Clearly you had to pass to get into here. Just share your thoughts with me for a minute. Why the hell would you come here if you're planning on threatening me and trying to take my mirror? You knew I'd say no. What else is it,
Look, Zavrix, I see that my tiny friend here has gotten a little big for his britches, as it were. Zavrix, we're stuck here in Waterdeep, okay? And you're the only person we know, who have ever known, who can travel planes or whatever from that dumb cursed mirror that you have. And despite all the hate I have for you, I understand that you help people sometimes, even your students especially. So, look, we just need to get to the plane of ether, and that's it. That's all we're asking. We don't need to own your stupid mirror. We just need one use. That's it.
He smiles that all too big smile one more time, and you see his eyes sort of grow bigger for a moment as he goes,
Then we'll make a deal. You can use my mirror as much as you want. Hell, I'll let you use it for free. You and your friends any day you like, as much as you like, on one condition. You come back to Circad and you kill the Lady of Pain for me.
Do you really believe that's feasible for the two of us?
Well, not, of course, for the two of you, but I know you have allies. Probably even in Circad. Get that fella Samir to help you, or Jackknife. I'm sure they could help out. Perhaps more. I would even be willing to lend you my hand, too, to remove that bastard from power. Think on it.
Very
You know what I
intelligent way
teach.
to get us killed.
I mean it. Nobody harbors more ill will toward that bitch more than me. You know it as well as I do. She has it out for me. She wants me dead so she can have power over the mirror again, like she did once upon a time, but I won't give it to her. Now, if you accept this, I will help you in every way I can and we can rid Circuit of that monster. But until then, think on it. And, if you ever think about, instead, coming for me, try to take me out, And he looks down at Hire as he passes one more time and goes, just remember I have a minute of your time. He smiles big and big and big, and then, without another word, he disappears with a snap.
I never knew what that meant.
You've no portal at all. You just see him vanish.
Oh,
And now you guys are left alone in this room.
I had like a counterpoint to make too.
Fuck, I was really gonna get him on that next one.
Early.
Well, you'll
I
get it
think-
next time, Hire.
I think either way, he'll be forced to comply with us, whether it be through the things we can do for him or the things we will do to him.
Well, we know where to find him at least. And with that, does my familiar see anyone exit the building?
Ooh, that's an interesting point. Can you give me a perception check for your familiar, please?
Yes. They think that owls have a +5 to perception. D20. Only 14.
All right. Your owl watches, and with a 14, you are confident that no one who looks like Zavrix left the building.
Interesting.
You watch carefully, and it just doesn't seem to happen. This implies either he stealthed out faster than your owl could see, teleported further than that, or he's still in the building somewhere. But regardless, you and Hire are left alone in the lecture hall now. Leaving, you do find a peculiarity that this lecture hall is labeled the Zavrix the Boundless Planar Laboratory. It seems to be distinct, special for him and him alone.
Well, did he have a rich father or something? Let's just
So
get out of here, Hire.
Fully being that he's still in the room, do you want to cast Glyph of Warding?
Glyph of Warding unfortunately takes about an hour to cast at minimum.
Okay, yeah, let's get the heck out of here. I think that went really well.
As well as it could go for Zavrix, sure.
I think we gained information, at the very least.
Yes, and I want to look really defeated and pathetic as I leave. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Just in case.
Samos, I just said we won. What the?
We just, we need to get to your plane so badly, and I don't know what I'll have to do to get there.
I don't know if he believes that part.
Okay, well, you're not helping. Okay. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
I thought we had a good cop, bad cop sort of thing.
No. We had a tiny intimidator cop and the reasonable one over here. Okay, let's go.
I'm gonna ask Orpheus to make me something that makes me more like Cha based. I think it's gonna do wonders.
A fedora, yes.
Hired dies.
Oh my god. Okay, so the two of you guys leave now, exiting the building and making your way all the way back to the inn. In this time, it actually wasn't that long at all. I would say a good 15 minutes. Jaya, you caught everyone up on the situation, and honestly, not too soon after that, Hire and Demos return. Holy shit, you look fucking terrified. What happened?
Well, Zavrix happened.
We have learned new information. Did you know that when he asks for a minute of your time, it's to torture us if he wants to? That's the vibe I was getting, at least.
Yes, he used it quite threatening, like he could
I
pull out
see.
at any moment.
How many of us have? Oh, sorry.
He said he would give us the mirror and let us fully use it if we decided to kill the Lady of Pain, which I think is helpful information within itself, if that be his true intention.
I see. Did he seem tipped off to the fact that we were trying to kill him?
A bit,
Yeah.
yes, but I think he also maybe he didn't believe our desperation, but it seemed as though he believed we might help him, and I think that
I
might be
see.
enough.
It's definitely a good, better than him not believing we might help him.
He also claimed that he can see us at every moment in time.
Oh,
So
Yes.
there might be, who knows, maybe Saffron is among us, maybe someone else is.
Oh yes. How
But
about
it is important to note that we, to some degree, according to Zavrix, were being watched.
Orpheus? Can you cast Identify on both me and Haya, just in case?
done.
Take a minute to cast it on each of them.
Yeah, he cast a lot of spells while we were in the room.
Oh,
You're casting Identify, Maisie?
Yes. Sorry, Orpheus. Maisie can't cast spells.
Orpheus, then you cast Identify. You notice on both Demos and Higher, there don't seem to be any new spells cast on them, not by Zavrix. You
Thank God.
clean them out.
neither of you has a
Nothing's there.
spell on you.
I guess he was mostly bluffing then, hopefully.
Hopefully.
But at least we have a schedule every Tuesday and Thursday, except Thursdays every other month. So
Is today a Tuesday or a Thursday?
Today.
I
Big
thought there were 10 days
Tuesday.
in the week.
oh, is that how
Maybe
they do it
there
in
are
Valhalla?
Valhalla.
That's how they did it here.
Oh,
Never
Well,
mind.
no, but that's okay.
Okay. Okay, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So he's teaching again in 2 days from now.
if it's
If
the
we
right
live.
one, then yes.
Shit.
I'm sure we could find this out.
Do we have 2 more days until we need the money for Hire's brother? Or do we need to table this and focus on getting the money?
Yeah. How long until the appointment with the priest?
So checking my let me see, checking my little
2 days?
guy here. It is 2 days time. So
Fuck.
you guys still have a bit more time before then. Honestly, you could probably fit in a Zavrix kill in that time if you guys would like.
Is-
I
If you're left to your own devices. I think that Zavrix might have been joking or perhaps lying when he said he could see you at all times, but the minute of your time thing could be a problem. If he could just pull that
Yes.
out whenever he wants, that will probably put Higher and Orpheus at risk, both having lost to that.
Shit, I forgot I lost it too.
I know Deimos did.
Demos, did you?
I think I
Oh,
only
no,
lost
he had
a
a
word.
word.
Yes,
Oh,
you lost
God,
the word.
that
which
sounds better
is-
now.
With
A painful word,
I mean,
because-
Higher, I wouldn't, Regardless, in the battle, a minute is a long time. If he was able to harbor a whole minute of your time during a battle, it could really turn the tides.
Holy fuck. That's awful.
Yeah.
Guess we need a chronomancer on our side.
Oh my god, we could go for Tufto.
I'm just, if we are truly desperate enough to kill Zavrix immediately, we could stage a fake coup on the Lady of Pain, have him assist us as he suggested he would, and then we ally ourselves to the Lady of Pain and kill him then and there.
I worry it might not make her the happiest since she requested we kill him. So if we bring him into her place and force her to help us, she might be a bit put off.
Yes.
I just-
Also,
Sorry, go Dula.
I mean, we were supposed to go to Circat for this anyways, so I think she would already be mad with the information of what we've already done.
Oh god.
We were supposed to go straight to Circad?
Well, yes, I assumed we weren't confronting him today.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought we just weren't fighting him today.
What's done is
Ideally,
done.
Yes, I agree.
So, what's our next move? We could try to get him in Circad?
Probably. I think he still has a door there, right?
I'm sure he'll be there sooner or later. It's just about timing it right. But I guess now we know. Didn't you say he disappeared at the end of your talk?
Yes. He with a snap of his fingers, he was gone.
So it seems like he might have gone back to Circad. Though I do think Samir was right before when he suggested we don't attack him on his own turf. So I guess the thing is, Hired had a good idea about luring him out. I don't think we should use the Lady of Pain, but we should find a way to lure him out of his home.
Yes, I think so. Do you
Where's a
think...
place we could lure him? I mean, we could get him in that classroom. You guys said it was empty at the end of there, right?
True, but I don't know, do you think he has anything prepped there, just in case? Especially now. I don't know.
Well, I thought we had to do it somewhere in Surcad, right?
He no longer has the mirror?
I guess not. Well,
Wait, so how do
I
you know if
guess
he doesn't have the mirror?
Yeah, I'm also confused on that.
the Lady of Pain said she had raided his shop. So,
That's
but
true.
perhaps, I don't know, perhaps one of us could send to the Lady of Pain or something if we wanted to double check.
If he let's say he is watching us at all times. I know not all of us thought that to be true, but if we have the mirror, would Zavrix not come for us to get the mirror?
It's pretty big. I don't know how we would steal it.
Well, maybe we don't have to steal it. Maybe we could have the Lady of Pain be in on the plan.
Like, tell her we need the mirror? But I don't know. Yeah, maybe?
It'd be better to tell her than to just take it.
Well, yeah, for sure. I guess I feel he might see that trap coming if, the Lady of Pain has the mirror and then we have it. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if we would catch him unawares.
Yes, if he knows we have it, he might just play the long game and, wait months or maybe even a year until we're vulnerable enough for him to take it.
Yeah, but I think we're in a good headspace of thinking of ways to lure him to us. We just haven't hit that perfect idea yet.
Maybe we talk to the Lady of Pain about our situation. She said
That's a
she had
good
more
idea.
details.
But
Yes.
that would involve us going there, though, right? To Surcad? I mean, I guess we could go back, but I think once we do that, we're officially in on killing it. Like, we can't, that's our full job. Which I'm good with.
I think it's what we should do. I mean, I'll need a rest before we do it, as I think we all will, to get our spell slots back.
Yes. So perhaps a night in Surcad isn't so bad.
Sounds nice to me.
I'm sorry I gave away our position.
It's alright.
And I think it was on all of us. That was not the best plan.
I felt pretty good about the plan, personally.
I'm just glad you were both safe. That is a dangerous wizard. If I had known you were going there to fight him alone, I would have been horrified, let alone talk with him. I'm glad you're both safe.
I sort of thought he wouldn't hurt us in front of all the other students, so we wouldn't have to fight him. And then he dismissed all the students almost immediately.
Yes, and then he kept on. He was going on about this world tree. He was actually quite adamant about it. So
Interesting.
I mean, sounds right to me. I've never been taught anything else.
I just have this inherent feeling that can't be it.
I heard something about a wheel. I don't know.
Wheel just sounds so much more elegant.
We could depart right now if we wanted to.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Actually, so how much do we care about the Vinny situation before we leave?
Meaning what? Which Vinny situation? Just like him being here?
Yeah, him being here, us saying, no, yes, we do care so much about you, and, we want things to, be better for you, and we're gonna catch up with you and everything. But then, not doing that for the second time.
Oh. We could go say hi really quick on our way out.
Yeah? You think... it's already been a couple of days, so I don't know.
I mean, he wanted some space. How about me and him got along pretty well? We sort of bonded over the whole kidnapping thing.
True.
So I could go say hi.
Yeah.
Speaking of Vinny,
oh, yeah.
the crier said Father Lucius is dead.
What?
Like
Did he say how?
Murdered, I think it was.
Oh, God.
Did he know him by name?
No, he just said the blind,
Pious man.
religiously filial man. Yes, pious.
Yes.
So we didn't investigate. Mostly took a test, but we could look into that as well before we left if we wanted to.
Oh.
I do feel a level of urgency with this Zavrix thing, and we will be back to Waterdeep, right?
If we live, yes.
Yeah. And Malagus, great news. You're a super spreader. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wait, what the fuck does that mean, Demos? What do you mean super spreader?
That disease you have seems to have infected all of the Grave District, I think it was. Oh my.
The fuck does that mean?
Were you in the graveyard district?
No, I've never been to no graveyard district. What the hell?
Maybe it only affects, like, undead sorts. And, yeah.
Well, I suppose I was undead once. Oh, I see.
Ooh.
Huh.
Just a thought. So yeah, maybe don't tell anyone about your disease. And maybe get it cured, you know?
All right, yeah. He's got his arms sort of crossed and his head cocked to the side. Shit, you guys, I didn't mean to, I know we're playing this whole back and forth. Oh, are you not sick Malagus thing, but fuck, I hope I didn't infect an area. Unless, like, the dead are born with it, but then Orpheus would definitely get it, because Orpheus counts as undead.
That's what I've been saying.
Actually, I thought I heard the general opinion of the world was that perhaps Orpheus was not undead.
That seems unlikely to me.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Okay, but so we need to cure Malagus. We should say goodbye to Vinny. I think we need to be quick about the Zavrix thing. I think we should save investigating Father Luces for another day. If you all
There's
agree.
already a lot going on. Yes, I agree. Let's do the Zavrix thing. I mean, clearly, when Hyre and Demos went to go to Zavrix, he's already got his defenses up. So if we take advantage of it now before he can do anything about it, it might be a good time.
Exactly.
I wish that we could have, spent a little bit more time planning on this, but I think we already had a good plan. Putting him in a situation that is not good for teleporters would be a good start. For example, a cave or a closed room. Hell, I could even lure him into my shop. Maybe I could, pretend to break into his store again and he chases me back.
Oh, that's not a bad idea at all. Does he know you're with us?
No, I suppose you all disappeared and I did as well, but he might not know for sure. What do you think?
It's the best idea we've had so far.
We were allies.
What if we could try to take his cat somewhere, lure him with that? I don't know, maybe I'm grasping at straws. I'm just a bit worried he'll destroy your store, Samir.
It is something I worry about too, but I know that, well, Jackknife will be there. I don't want to put her at risk, but where else could we do it that would be safe? I mean, unless we took him to the Lady of Pain's fortress, but I doubt she would stand for that.
Yeah, I don't think she would take kindly to that.
So we're back to square one then, of just sort of going at it and see where we land.
No. Maybe your store's the best option. Sorry, I'm so at a loss. He's so unpredictable.
Samir nods his head. I think it would be alright. If my story gets wrecked, then so be it. I liked that place, but I can think of no place better in all of Zerkad.
There's one other powerful person who sort of owes us a favor, so long as he's not in jail. The smoldering corpse. We could... I don't know.
Samir closes his eyes a bit and then opens them. Oh my god, wow. Do you think anyone could get in contact with him? Maybe with sending? He did say he owed us a favor, right? This could be the favor, but I don't know. Is it too early to call something like that?
Maybe the Lady of Pain knows where he is?
The way I see it, he's an ally who Zavrix doesn't know we have, who's quite powerful. So he could help us lure Zavrix somewhere, and then maybe help kill him. Also look at Malagus and see if he recognizes him as his son.
I guess either Deimos or I could cast sending to him.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I don't know. What do you say to a terrorist?
I think you negotiate with him.
Let's bargain with him. Yeah, he might have something to gain from Zavrix being dead too. Even if it's just money or maybe a favor towards the Lady of Pain to help restore his reputation. Maybe not that one, but
Yeah, something. Maybe he just wants to help out his eldest son.
Zavrix seemed
really
to dislike him. We heard a story about Zavrix pouring alcohol and laughing at the corpse.
Oh,
Perhaps they hated each other in life.
True.
that would be great.
That is
he
brilliant.
seemed like the type of man that would hate anyone, in a way.
Just like Malagus.
Wait, that was not very nice, but...
Am I wrong?
I take it. It's fine. I get it. You guys forget that we've got one more member of the DK crew here, and slaps Abel on the back, who's sort of, well, I suppose I haven't gotten in a proper fight in this here body yet, but I believe I could do some damage. Would say, before we leave, though, I'd love to borrow someone's weapon. A sword would be fine for me. I could even poke my head in the market and grab one, but these fists aren't doing quite what I'd like them to. That's all.
I don't think any of us have a sword, so market might be your best option for that.
Right, I'll go right now. I'll be right back. And Abel bows and steps out as you see Malagus slip him some money as they both nod at each other and Malagus smiles.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Don't worry about it. All right.
Pick up an instrument while you're out.
Oh, my goodness, I would love to. The problem is the kind of instruments I want are a bit more expensive than this paltry sum that old Malagus has handed me. No offense, Malagus. Hey, fuck you, dude. I can buy instruments. Well, it's just the nice ones are actually worth quite a few. I was walking through the market the other day, incognito, when I was still a wanted criminal. I suppose I am still a wanted criminal. Anyway, and I noticed that, unfortunately, some of the nicest instruments are worth about 100 gold pieces. Quite an amount.
Yeah, I don't know what we could do about that.
Well worth it for a fine instrument, I'll say that much.
Have you ever thought about liberating an instrument?
My goodness, do you mean stealing?
Whoa. For the greater good, liberation is not such a bad idea, in my opinion, but
Well, I never. Demos, I thought you more of a nobleman. I plan on buying it from a proper salesman. In fact, I'm looking for the finest instrument maker in town. Perhaps an old family store. Someplace that really knows their stuff.
Well, what Abel does with his portion of the sums we make is up to him. For now, Abel, get a sword.
He nods and scampers out the room. Alright, so now with the fucking weakling on, I'm saying we kick Zavrix in the balls, pull his hair, and bite. I want to fight dirty. Duelam, you remember all those traps you set up for that robot bitch? You think you can set up like 10 times more for a little teleporting fucker?
I'm not sure which ones, but that is a good idea.
I want to turn Samir's fucking shop into a death trap. No offense, Samir, but I want it rigged to the fucking brim. What do you guys think?
It's not an honorable way to fight, but Zavrix is not an honorable opponent, and he won't. If we don't do it, he will harder. So, give him hell.
Anyway, I know I'm the last person you might expect to say this, but would it be worth considering Zavrix's proposal? Obviously, the Lady of Pain is much more acceptable of a friend, but she won't be able to guarantee any dimensional travel. But if Zavrix really will let us use the mirror, I just want to play a devil's advocate on this. Is this worth it, or is we surely against him?
Won't we throw Sarkad into anguish if we do?
He's evil and chaotic, and he tried to kill Biscuit.
Tried to kill you, Samir.
You're right, I agree. And that's why, coming from me, it should be expected as the most... I don't know. I just want to be rational about this. You understand, as of anyone, I have the most reason to hate him, but the Lady of Pain will offer us money. We need gold, it is true, and getting that from her would be worth it. And it would be doing the world good, getting rid of an evil person. I just want to make sure you're okay with this.
I don't know if I'd be comfortable destabilizing Sarkad,
I agree.
Okay, good. I liked it. That makes me happy.
I do feel as if Zavrix vanishes, or if the Lady of Pain vanishes, that will give the other an overall advantage over Sarkad.
Yes, but I don't know. The Lady of Pain, she's brutal, but she's fair. Zavrix, he's random.
It's definitely better the Lady of Pain be the one to come on top, but
whoa,
it will make her more powerful. Whoa.
I also always imagine her that way.
Whoa.
Yeah, how about you, Duelam? How do you imagine her?
Fair and just.
So we're in agreement. We kill Zavrix for the Lady of Pain.
So, do we want to speak to the Lady of Pain, or?
Yes.
What if he attacks us there?
In the Lady of Pain's fortress, or do you just mean in Sarkad?
In the Lady of Pain's fortress?
I don't think he'd be so bold. But
Okay.
if he did, wouldn't that be all the better? We'd be fighting him off his home turf with the Lady of Pain's guards to back us up.
This is true. He's just unpredictable, I guess.
I know.
Alright, should we press the button then? Zavrix hole. Let's kill that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Mason, what was the conversion from Circad time to Waterdeep time?
It is near replicable. Circad runs ever so slightly faster. So 1 day in the material plane is about 1.1 days in Circad. So Circad is just a bit faster.
Okay, sick.
But otherwise, they're pretty much similar. It's just over the course of years and years, less time happens in the material plane than it happens in Circad. But they're close. All right, let's kill this motherfucker. I've been waiting to kill this bastard forever. He might be the one person that you guys keep saying is the most evil guy we know. And so it's just worth it to take this fucker out.
I agree.
I don't know who has the box, but
I have the box. I bring it out and hit Circad button.
you slam it, and the minute
Wait.
starts.
Abel isn't
Wait,
here.
what?
Yeah,
Oh,
we need.
fuck!
We also need Monty and Tick. I feel.
Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I just hold on to the box. I'll meet you in the academic ward.
You can
I
only
already
use it
hear-
once a day.
Fuck! Oh, fuck. You asked to hit the box. We're not saying we were going to go. Mason, can I undo hitting it?
Run!
I mean, you
Mason.
said you hit the box.
Mason,
Can
Mason,
I,
Mason.
can I reaction hold person?
Please.
I would allow. I would allow
that.
that. I would allow a an old person. Or Orpheus, just as you go to press the button, Demos begins casting a spell on you. Do you want to roll a saving throw, or do you want to let it happen?
Nope. Nope. I trust Demos.
Oh, wait, Orpheus. We're not all
Right.
here yet.
Sorry. I just keep doing that. Here, you know what? I hand the cube to Doolum. Just feels like this will be better for all of us.
Right. So the spell is cast. You're good now. So after about 10 minutes, Abel returns with a gleaming long sword, fresh iron that he just bought from the blacksmith, with a big smile on his face. Look at how wonderful this is. It's just like back in Valhalla, isn't it, Orpheus?
How's
It's
it smell?
glorious. Does he hand it to me?
He lets you look at it, yeah.
Okay, I try to pick it up and I can't hold it, and I try to play it off.
It's
It's
definitely
beautiful.
heavier than you remember it.
Oh, my sword, buddy.
Did his smile at all look like Zavrix's?
Sure, roll a perception check.
We never gave him the code word.
Yep, we fucked up.
17.
It didn't look like Zavrix's, no. Just a sharp smile.
Maybe Orpheus just cast Identify real quick.
What do
Okay,
you
so
mean
identify.
identify? Could you chill on that? Goodness. You
Abel?
reach over Abel and begin casting.
We must.
A minute goes by, and you notice Abel is not stricken by any unusual spells. Seems the same.
Hey, Abel, what was the last thing you and I made for Queen Ridice before I left?
Can you stop with this nonsense? I'm me.
This
Haven't you already
isn't
covered it with a
nonsense.
spell?
No.
Feels like it.
Okay, well, not to me. What was the last thing we made Queen Ridice?
Right. Yes, I'm not sure exactly. It was during a festival, wasn't it? You must have made a parade float or something. You know I don't have good memories for that kind of thing.
The last creature we made for her gardens.
He sort of plants his head down and rubs his head and goes and speaks an animal that you recall as being something the two of you had made together last days.
Okay, this is Abel.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, smart. Nothing to apologize for, Iron.
Good. Well then, if Tick and Monty are here as well, then
So we're not
Hey.
going to say bye to Vinny. I mean, we can just visit him another time.
We can send as well.
Okay, yeah, maybe Demo send to Vinny. Sorry, Hire. You two weren't on the best terms.
I get it.
I guess I'll send real quick to Vinny. Something came up. Be right back. Kiss
No.
kiss. XOXO.
Oh, kiss, kiss.
Kiss, kiss.
Kiss, kiss.
I thought it was an impersonal, but then you made it personal.
Yeah. He's trying a new approach.
Does Deimos flirt with everyone?
Yes.
It's called
You receive
networking.
a simple response. Okay.
Oh, that bitch. Whatever. Fine. Let's just go, you guys.
Right, well, I suppose I have a sword now, so I'm quite prepared. Is there anything else we must gather? You want to bring along the bedridden child and the bird child?
I fear Zavrix will use them against me if we don't. I also fear he might already be them.
Sure. Would you like me to carry one?
The bird can walk just fine, and my brother
Bird can walk.
can be guided. Take on that.
Right, well, sure.
Maybe we can put them in a room at the smoldering corpse, just because I do worry about them being in Samir's shop during the fight.
Do we have no one trustworthy in the entire city of Waterdeep we can leave it with? Do any of you know anyone at all?
At the smoldering corpse, I just said.
Well, yes,
I
of
don't-
course, but I just mean traveling with them all the way to Circad? Couldn't we just leave them here in Waterdeep? I don't know, it feels wrong taking poor Monty so far away from what might heal him.
But he can come back just as easily.
Of course. It's just Orpheus,
I
you
don't-
kept talking about all these friends you had in Waterdeep.
They're right here. You're looking at them.
Well, I'm feeling a bit like a mercenary group with this killing we're about to go do, but huzzah, let's do it anyway.
Huzzah!
Huzzah.
Alright, are we gonna press the fucking button now, or what?
Should I? Dulam, should you? Dulam should. I vote yes for Dulam.
Go, Doolum, go.
Go,
Alright.
Doolum.
Press the button.
Alright, you punch it, and just wait. As a minute goes by, everyone waiting tensely. You know, I think this would be a really special thing, killing Zavrix. I bet he's got so much fucking magic shit we can loot from his store. You know, other than what the
Wow.
Lady of Pain stole. I think it'll be fucking awesome. Think about it. We might be able to make more money from selling his shit than selling the pop. And the spell goes through, and that's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
What?
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Thank you, everyone, for joining me in the Run Pecco's Plane Walking, episode 30, our 30th episode.
Episode 30. We're so old now.
We're excellent. So, I hope you enjoyed this episode. A lighter episode than normal. I guess we had combat at the beginning, but I feel like this has mostly been a planning episode, which is good. It's always nice to have a planning episode. You guys have big things planned next time. Between now and next time, you guys are gonna have to figure out what you're gonna do when Orpheus and Hire lose a minute of their time.
Really hoping we can somehow trick him into making us lose that early when you guys maybe have like a planned retreat or something.
True.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
think
a
we're
great
fucked.
idea. Just run away as fast as possible.
No, the fear is that he murders me and Hire.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah, we're fucked.
Yeah, we're kind of fucked.
All right. Would you all enjoy some
Yum yum yum.
tasty poll results?
Yeah.
Yum, yum, yum.
We are here to discuss today the best masquerade costume. This is what we asked you to pick in episode 25, Mid-Spring Respite. Now, let me, as always, go through the echelons, bottom to top. Bottom echelon, Deimos and his goat mask, as well as Oro and his oversized suit and bug mask. The common man doesn't understand fashion. Deimos, don't feel bad about it. It's not our fault. We just have tasteless fans. The second echelon, Jaya with his bolo tie and clown mask, and Dulam with its red leather suit and robot mask. Each got 2 votes. Congrats.
Yeah.
And in first place, with 50% of the total votes, was
No.
Hire in his
No.
froggy costume.
Yeah, Froggy.
Well done.
Thank you. I'm very honored.
Froggy is on top, baby.
And this week we are asking you yet again your favorite NPC. Some of the options you're gonna have
Yeah.
Smear, Malagus, Abel, obviously Tick. All right, and thank you all so much for listening. Please vote in our poll. I don't care if you're listening to this on the Monday it's released, or 4 years from now. I want to know what you have to say. Yeah. And you know what else you can do besides voting in the poll on Spotify, which of course you do by hitting ... go to episode. Once you're at that episode, you voted in the poll, go ahead and shoot us a comment. You can comment on Spotify. You comment, I'll approve your comment unless it's hate speech. If it's hate speech against the others, it's fine. I won't approve it if it's against me.
Hello?
And interact with us. Also, while you're at it, follow us on Spotify. This will make sure you don't miss our next episode next Monday, or any of the ones after that. Duh. And you can also go ahead and rate us if you liked it. Don't if you didn't. And check out our Spotify bio. There's a link there that'll bring you to our link tree that has all sorts of fun things. First off, it has our podcast on these other freaky networks like Apple Podcast, Amazon Podcast, YouTube Podcast, whatever. As well as our Gmail, theruntpack@gmail.com. I check that email every day. I'll respond to you with thoughtful email, voice message, video, whatever you want, really. If you give me your address, I'll send you a letter. Just hit me up. I check it all the time, and it's fun talking to you guys. And last but not least, a great way to engage with not just us, but the Runt Pack community, because you are all runts too in the end.
Yeah.
Or should I say, engage with your other pack members, is check out our subreddit, which is r/runtpack. That's a great place for your fan art, fan theories, fan fiction, commentary. Post your socials. Let's all be friends.
I heard rumor a new Jaya fanfiction just dropped.
Oh my god. So that's hot off the presses on r/runtpack. And that's about it. Get in contact. Let's build a community together of like-minded individuals. Most importantly, we'll see you guys next Monday. Ow!